Shocking testimony from Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby in his ex-wife's federal trial. Why he says he lied to reporters about his financial issues. Plus, billions of dollars swindled in a massive cryptocurrency scheme. How the Bitcoin beauty out of Severna Park made it happen and how much time she could spend in prison.
Temps are chilly this morning. We're talking about numbers later this week that actually will be a little bit milder. We'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Tuesday. It's January 30th. I'm Megan Gillen, nearing the end of a month. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the forecast. We noticed it was darker longer last night. For the first time in a while, it seemed lighter. Yeah, absolutely. Those daylight hours are continuing to expand as we get closer to February, and spring is right around the corner, getting close to our final month of meteorological winter. Looking outside over the Towson traffic circle right now, pretty quiet at this time, and temperatures are mainly in the mid to upper 30s. 36 in Cockeysville, Bel Air 35, or 39 in Baltimore City, and 41 your temp in Annapolis. Some of those clouds overnight keeping our temperatures from going down too much. Chilly Tuesday morning, not as windy today, and temperatures staying in the above average category, not only today, but for the next few days as well. So out for your morning drive, we'll see those numbers stay mainly in the mid 30s, not really tracking any rain for today either. We'll take a closer look at your forecast and what we can expect for later this week coming up in a few. Shot and killed while accompanying her friend on a DoorDash delivery in Northeast Baltimore. That friend then opening up to Fox 45 News.
He opened the car door, told her, "Give me the phone, give me your pocketbook." She said, "No, I'm not giving you anything," and he shot her right in the head.
The woman in this latest case thankfully was not hurt. Police data shows there have been 35 carjackings in Baltimore so far this year. An update this morning. Police say they are searching for a blue Honda Civic in connection to Saturday's pileup on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. The crash happened during dense fog. 43 cars were involved, 13 people injured, including 2 sent to shock trauma. Investigators say the Honda Civic was driving at high speeds and could have contributed to the crash. Anyone with information is urged to call MDTA police at the number that you see right there on your screen. Las Vegas expecting one of the biggest crowds the city has seen as it plans to host the Super Bowl this year. Still ahead this morning, the action city leaders are taking to keep people safe. Plus, we're waking up to a chilly morning. Our Weather Authority team tracking some milder temperatures later this week. It's 4:37. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
We're just 20 minutes away from 5 o'clock on your Tuesday morning. Looking at temperatures that are chilly, mid to upper 30s. A lot of those clouds stayed with us here through late last night, so that's why our temperature's not allowed to drop too much here this morning. But still grab a jacket as you head out. Have the sunglasses just in case. We're still going to have a lot of those clouds hanging around through the day today, but a lot less wind, so that won't be as cutting as when you're trying to step outside and get some stuff done. If you want to get a run or a jog, even just a walk in this morning early, we're talking about numbers hanging out in the mid to upper 30s. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
All eyes are on the Super Bowl, and there's a lot that goes into making sure people who attend the big game are safe. That's where a team from the Utah National Guard comes into play. With the Super Bowl in Las Vegas, Nevada, the Utah National Guard's 85th Civic Support Team, they're going to be on hand once again. That civil support team assists with public safety issues related to weapons of mass destruction, terrorism, or even any toxic material. Sergeant First Class Christopher Peterson is one of those on the team who worked last year's Super Bowl and will be in Vegas this year.
We go looking for all hazards, so we have monitoring equipment for gases that we can set out as stationary devices and monitor from a distance.
Well, the team says last year's Super Bowl was a quiet event for them, and they hope the same is true in Vegas. An emotional father makes a strong allegation against the Prince George's County State's Attorney's Office. What he's saying her office did without telling him. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, a closer look at the articles of impeachment against the Homeland Security Secretary as Texas fights to maintain control of crossing spots to secure the border. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, strong allegations of incompetence and insensitivity against the Prince George's County State's Attorney Office. These claims are coming from the father of a victim who lost his daughter in a crash almost 2 years ago. Liana Golden from our Sinclair sister station in D.C. explains why this father is so upset with the state prosecutor and what comes next in the case.
But guess what? He'll come home, Joy and Giselle won't.
Frustration at an all-time high for Tom Brown. His daughter Joy and her best friend Giselle Hernandez both killed in April 2022 by a speeding driver. And now, much to his surprise, he's learned that driver got a 2-year plea deal after the state attorney Aisha Braveboy previously told the family they were working towards a trial.
But this is horrendous, and my child and Giselle are not coming back. So if some got to do 2 years, I don't care if it's the state of Maryland or whoever it is, fix this law.
Upset not only with the deal, but also the communication or lack thereof from Braveboy's office. He says he had to inquire about the next court date for the defendant last week, which is when he was shocked to learn a deal had been reached and is set to be put in motion this Wednesday.
I would like, ultimately, if that means going to trial and getting a jury to decide that, or I'd like a different conversation with us involved. That's the number one thing. Around this plea deal. We were not involved in the plea deal. We were told, about the guidelines is 2 years is the most overall, but nah, we need something better than that.
He wants justice for Joy and Giselle.
We miss her. Her absence is with us every day.
And says he'll be in the courtroom on Wednesday at 9 a.m. to fight for it. In Prince George's County, Liana Golden.
Well, our Sinclair sister station in D.C. has reached out to Braveboy's office for comment on the plea deal and those claims of a lack of communication. They have not received a response yet. Caught on camera, Thanksgiving has come and gone, but a wild turkey had some people talking in Ohio. Let's take a look here. This turkey was on the loose last Thursday. This is in a Cleveland suburb there. Oh, he's a big guy there. He stopped in the middle of an intersection. So a couple of police officers, they jumped in to help the bird get to safety. The officers managed not to ruffle the turkey's feathers and help turn the bird over to the state's Natural Resources Department. The agency is hoping to find a new home for the turkey far away from traffic. It's a lucky turkey. Happening now, love is in the air. Next Level Chef and Farmer Wants a Wife are back for new seasons on Fox 45, and we are getting you ready for Valentine's Day to celebrate all this excitement. The best part is you do not have to be a chef or a farmer to win. Just tell us your recipe for love. It is the Fox 45 Love at First Bite contest. You want to woo a love interest, maybe spread love around Baltimore? The Fox 45 Morning News viewer with the winning idea receives $2,500 to spend as they wish. Head to foxbaltimore.com/contest to enter. And then, of course, watch Next Level Chef, followed by Farmer Wants a Wife, Thursday nights on Fox 45. It is 4:48. It's a Tuesday morning, and we want to check in on our forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. It's cold, but I mean, what you would expect.
Food.
Food?
That's what we need for love.
Oh.
Yeah.
You write that in.
I know. I'm just saying. It's a good recipe.
$2,500.
Yeah. That's
Just
my
food, any
wife's
kind.
amazing chef. So
She is a good chef.
Yeah. So I don't care what she does, like as long as she cooks every now and then. So
Good work.
Good morning, everybody. Our live cam here over Towson, Mile 1 Auto Group cam, and not much happening out there. Pretty quiet conditions. Clouds are kind of hanging around right now, and temperatures are in the upper 30s. Not nearly as much wind. That wind has finally calmed down. Sure was a blustery day for most of the day yesterday. As you rise and shine with us, next couple of hours, temperatures hanging out in the mid to upper 30s. Sun's up at 7:16 this morning, goes to bed at 5:25. May see some of that sun today, but we are looking for those more of those clouds to kind of roll in as we head later into the afternoon. Overall, another cloudy day, but temperatures that will be in the 30s through 8 a.m. By noontime, we'll see those numbers slide into the lower 40s, and we'll get to the mid 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, but it will feel like the 40s today as opposed to feeling like the 30s yesterday with the wind chill numbers. The average this time of year, right around 43, 44 degrees. We're going to be close to that number in Baltimore City. In fact, maybe just a smidge above it at 45. Some of you out toward the eastern shore in the low to mid 40s, 42 Annapolis and Columbia, 41 Westminster and Bel Air, and up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those temperatures in the upper 30s and low to mid 40s. Not much happening. Pretty quiet or benign weather taking place for the next few days. We're going to be in the mid 40s tomorrow, but notice on Thursday, Friday, and even into the weekend, Even though we're a little bit colder, we're actually going to get back into some 50s here to kick off the month of February. Here's a look at our future scan. So staying dry for the afternoon. There is a system. You can see that area of low pressure coming out of the Great Lakes. That's called a clipper system. That's going to slide to the south of us tomorrow or late tonight into tomorrow. That'll bring some cloud cover around, maybe a stray shower or two, but really not tracking much, just keeping the clouds around. Thursday, we dry out. We'll see more sunshine, and then there's that next cold front coming through. That's going to be Thursday night into Friday. We'll realize some cooler temperatures as we get into the weekend. Here's an update on your holiday countdown. Just 3 days until Groundhog Day. Valentine's Day, speaking of love, just about 2 weeks away, 15 days from right now, and President's Day in 20 days. That's that Monday in February. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. We can see those temperatures a little bit milder. Notice we do stay dry. We'll see a few clouds hanging around behind the front on Friday, but Saturday and Sunday looking pretty good for the first weekend of February, again with temperatures hanging out in the upper 40s and lower 50s. Meg?
Thank you, Justin. We've got your Lens Solar Traffic Network now, and we are following some police presence. You can see it right there, those flashing lights. This is 95 South in Laurel. Right now, police have 4 southbound lanes headed towards D.C. closed off. This is between Route 198 and Contera Drive. It's not causing too much of an issue right now, but with a low volume of traffic out there. We're going to keep an eye on this, though, and let you know if anything changes. For a check now on mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train 505 on the Penn line operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC are on time for the commute start. Out there on light rail, no delays or difficulties in Metro subway. Checking in on time in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Governor Moore unveiling the Enough Act at this year's legislative session, how he plans to fund his proposal.
I couldn't move. I couldn't move my legs. I couldn't feel this at all.
A Baltimore County woman shares her story after an admitted killer held her hostage. How, she says, one persistent thought helped her stay alive. It is 4:52 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your Session 2024 coverage, Governor Moore is unveiling the Enough Act, and it is part of his agenda to target poverty in Maryland communities. But his plan comes with a hefty price tag. Fox 45 News' Jessica Babb presses the governor on how he plans to fund this proposal.
Inside Life Church Ministries in Brooklyn.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. We stand here and we do say enough.
State and local leaders are saying enough is enough.
That will help us tackle the root causes of poverty. Communities know what they want. They know what they need.
That's why, as part of Governor Wes Moore's legislative agenda, he's introducing the Enough Act.
Enough will channel targeted private, philanthropic, and state resources towards communities across our states with high rates of generational child poverty.
If legislation passes, the Enough Act would allocate $15 million for communities struggling with poverty to tap into. It requires community leaders to submit proposals which could be selected, targeting the specific needs of those communities.
Leaders in our communities will provide the vision. The state will provide the support.
You said this was going to be a mix of public and private funding. Who exactly is footing the bill for this?
So we'll have certain capital that's coming from the state, and you see in our proposed budget, we have capital allocated for it. But part of the beauty of the Enough Act is it will involve the philanthropic community. That is not just going to be about state capital and deploying state capital in places that we think are best, but really working with the community, hearing from the community, and then utilizing public, private, and philanthropic capital to be able to make those impacts.
But with Maryland's state deficit,
the governor should be looking to cut spending, not add spending, in a time of financial difficulty.
And instead of just freely spreading money around, we're going to target the places that are most in need of our help and also place the right accountability around that capital.
how do you plan to accomplish that?
Well, we're going to be very, you look at the Governor's Office for Children. I mean, part of the whole focus of it is to make sure that you'll see both with the applications that are coming in, but also with the usage of the capital, that every single one of those dollars have to be accountable.
But some of the specifics of the program aren't clear. In an email following the press conference, I asked the governor's office if there are specific services or resources that will be provided, or specific partner agencies communities can work with. I also asked if there are any limitations to what this money can be spent on and how they'll measure success.
And there needs to be some sort of metrics as to success. And the success is not just spending the $15 million. There has to be a reduction in crime. There has to be better public safety coming out of this $15 million.
We believe that the people who are closest to the problems are the ones closest to the solutions.
Jessica Babb, Fox 45 News.
All right, Jessica, thank you. Fox 45 News also asked the governor's office how many communities would be selected and how much those communities could receive. We're still waiting to hear back. There will be a House hearing on this legislation in February. Well, the governor is facing pushback on several other big ticket items that are on his budget after he promised not to raise taxes. From $1 billion in clean energy initiatives to $3 billion for the Red Line project, $3.8 billion for the Kirwan Commission that you see there, and education reform. Local lawmakers say they are not sold on parts of the plan.
We're struggling with Kirwan.
It was a gut punch.
We need the state to step up to help us to fund it. And we need to make sure that we are doing it in a way that doesn't fall back on the historical challenges we have faced, that when state challenges occur, they lean on the counties to solve them.
Well, Mackenzie Frost will be in Annapolis following every step of this year's legislative session over the next 2 months. You can keep up with our coverage on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
Happening this morning in Annapolis, a rally advocating for gun safety measures. Coming up next, all the details on what the group is demanding from lawmakers.
Several major revelations coming in the trial of former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby. Coming up, why her ex-husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, says he lied to the public.
And our temperatures are chilly right now. We're taking a look at numbers later this week that'll actually be a bit milder as we get closer to February.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, January 30th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the die down in the wind, but also the temperatures.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. Good morning to you. Our temps not too bad right now. We will see those 40s hanging around through most of the day today, but a lot less wind will make it easier to be outside. You can see our Towson camera right now. Not too much happening, pretty quiet conditions. Some of those clouds have rolled in and stayed with us overnight, which has allowed our temperatures to not drop too much, mainly mid to upper 30s across the DMV from Baltimore out through Salisbury, even out to Western Maryland, up to Philly at 35. A chilly Tuesday morning, not as windy for the day today, and temperatures staying just slightly above average. So on your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we are good to go. We'll keep our temps in the 30s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Let's take a look now at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and looking around the entire area. The only thing that we see from Baltimore to Washington is in Laurel following some police presence. In fact, there's officers walking down 95 right now, southbound lanes, and they have their flashlights out. It looks like they're looking for something. And so they've closed off the 95 between Route 198 and Quintero Drive. Not causing much of an issue right now because there is a workaround. You can see 2 lanes still getting by. So the traffic is light at this point. But still, that's the only marker that we have around the Baltimore area that's causing any kind of traffic delays. Also happening today, a rally in Annapolis for gun safety on Advocacy Day. This comes as gun violence continues to be a major concern in just weeks after Governor Moore announced his public safety priorities.
Olivia Dance is joining us live from Annapolis with a closer look at those priorities and today's rally. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right, Tom and Patrice. At 9:30 this morning, volunteers from Maryland's chapters of Moms Demand Action and Students Demand Action will gather just behind me here on Lawyers Mall, which is just outside of the State House there, to meet with lawmakers and advocate for gun safety measures to be passed during this current legislative session. Both groups are part of Every Town for Gun Safety's grassroots network, which is the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country. The chair and vice chair of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee are both expected to attend the rally, as well as State Comptroller Brooke Learman. The rally comes just weeks after Governor Moore announced his public safety priorities. Among the priorities, increased probation for juvenile offenders.
We need to think seriously about lengthening probation for juveniles guilty of gun crimes.
Critics say the governor's plan lacks specifics, especially with juvenile crime. The groups rallying today say that Maryland has made significant progress in recent years to strengthen gun violence prevention laws and keep communities safe. But this year, they're advocating for lawmakers to create a Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and continue funding community intervention programs. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
5:02 now. A major revelation in the federal trial of former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. City Council President Nick Mosby testified that he lied to reporters about a tax lien on his home to keep the truth from his wife.
Prosecutors argue Marilyn Mosby lied about that tax lien on mortgage applications for 2 vacation homes in Florida. The City Council President's testimony is raising some questions about how fit he is to now hold office.
Makes his credibility even worse if it's possible to think it was good in the first place.
Well, that's not the only concerning piece of information to come out of the proceedings. Shannon Lilly joins us live with a closer look at what happened in court and what's still ahead. Shannon.
Yeah, so we know, Patrice and Tom, that this trial is set to pick back up this morning, and we do expect to learn more information about City Council President Nick Mosby's previous tax filings. Already, the prosecution is alleging that he repeatedly committed perjury on taxes. Meanwhile, back to that other revelation, Mosby is also admitting that he lied to reporters when they asked him back in 2020 about the tax lien. He says the statement that you're about to hear was a lie so that his wife wouldn't find out.
I said that it would be done in the coming days, and I've been able to settle.
You're admitting to having a credibility issue, and you can't have it both ways. And once you admit to having a serious credibility issue in court, it's very difficult to then say, well, I lied then, but I had a good reason for it.
Jeremy Eldridge there is an attorney who's not affiliated with this case, but he says Nick Mosby's testimony will make it hard for a jury to believe what he's saying. From the beginning, Marilyn Mosby's defense has been that she didn't know about the couple's $45,000 tax lien on her home in Baltimore. And under oath, Nick Mosby has been taking responsibility, telling the jury that he hid the tax troubles from his wife. Photos shown to the jury indicate the disorganized mail in the Mosby's home, and we are talking garbage bags of unopened mail, just giving us a glimpse, Tom and Patrice, of what it may have been like in the home.
Shannon, you mentioned prosecutors are alleging that Nick Mosby repeatedly committed perjury on tax forms. What are we learning about that?
Well, we know, Tom, that Nick's financial woes date back more or almost a decade at this point. In fact, we're learning from 2014 to 2018, wages were garnished to pay off student loan debt. His car got repossessed twice, and he fell behind on mortgage payments. Prosecutors also claim in the same years that Nick Mosby wrote off charitable donations. And again, we do expect to learn more about this either today or in the coming days as this trial continues into its third week. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
As City Council President, Nick Mosby also sits on the Board of Estimates, which approves all city contracts. Political analyst John Dede says this testimony is going to leave voters questioning whether they can trust Mosby to handle the city's business.
All these things coming out create an extreme increase of a lack of trust because of all this that has gone on. And I think that right now, he's got to think about what's the plan 2-3 years down the road. I think voters are going to look at it in the end, and whereas they may have felt sorry for him in some respects regarding Marilyn Mosby, I think a lot of people, this trial is bringing out that really he wasn't really truthful in a lot of things regarding with the feds, regarding with Marilyn Mosby, and a variety of other things. And in many ways, he's tarnished his reputation more.
Well, this is not the first time revelations from the federal case against Marilyn Mosby has led to questions about whether Nick Mosby is fit to be city council president. March 2022, federal prosecutors releasing superseding indictment alleging that Marilyn Mosby falsely claimed to get a $5,000 gift from her husband to close on the Florida properties. Prosecutors say Nick Mosby had less than $5,000 in his checking account at the time.
When you're the city council president and you have access to millions of taxpayer dollars and you can't figure out your own finances, this opens him up to a lot of things where it could be people asking for favors in exchange for money. So this is a person that should not have access to any taxpayer dollars.
Fox 45 News pressed Mayor Scott about whether he still had confidence in Nick Mosby following that superseding indictment. He didn't give a direct answer, saying he would let the federal investigation play out.
And this brings us to our question of the day. Given his testimony, should Nick Mosby continue to be Baltimore City Council president? So far, 60% of voters responded no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
A Baltimore County woman stabbed multiple times is sharing her story about being held hostage with her kids. The confession her captor made during the standoff with police.
A too good to be true cryptocurrency scheme takes billions from unsuspecting investors. Just ahead this morning, how a Severna Park woman was able to get away with it for almost 2 years. The punishment she's now facing.
Our temps are chilly this morning. We're talking about numbers this week that actually will be a little bit on the milder side to wrap up the month of January. We'll break it down for you coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
5:10 and all eyes on Washington this morning as President Biden's response to Sunday's deadly attack on a U.S. base in Jordan could push the U.S. into a larger world conflict.
Let's get right over to Megan Gilland in our live center with what we know right now. Megan.
Yeah, guys, right here. These are the faces that we're seeing here of the fallen heroes. Sergeant William Rivers, Specialist Kennedy Sanders, and Specialist Brianna Moffitt, all from Georgia, working out of the 718th Engineer Company at Fort Moore, right near Columbus. I want to take you live now to Capitol Hill. Yesterday, Washington's leaders reiterating a vow for retaliation, promising a response more powerful than previous strikes in Iran and Syria, but also, guys, doubling down on efforts to hinder a broader conflict.
We've made very, very clear from day one that we're going to defend our people, we're going to defend our personnel, we're going to defend our interests, and that's exactly what we've done. At the same time, the president's been very clear that we want to prevent broader escalation. We want to prevent this conflict from spreading. So we are intent on doing both.
At the same time, a framework for hostage releases and a possible ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is being worked out in Paris. That conflict, along with Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, all adding up to just create a charged international environment right now, with some U.S. leaders now proposing strikes on Iran. For now, we wait to see what action President Biden decides to take. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Gas prices in the Baltimore area on the rise. How much you're paying compared to a week ago?
A 16-year-old dog disappears from his backyard, only to show up at an unexpected place after the break where his owner found him. 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
.15 and in your consumer news, grocery shoppers are set to get a break on meat prices, and it's thanks to renewable energy. As the renewable fuel industry booms, there's been a greater supply of soy meal. That's a co-product of sustainable fuel processing and the primary ingredient in animal feed. The result has been reduced feed costs that are set to trickle down to grocery stores, though experts say the savings may be months or even years away. Gas prices in Baltimore are rising to more than 8 cents in the last week. Now, this is according to AAA. Today, the average gas price for regular fuel is $3.19 per gallon. Yesterday, they were $3.18 per gallon. 1 week ago, you were paying $3.11 per gallon. A new boarding platform is open at Penn Station. The project is part of a larger $150 million effort to renovate that station entirely. Officials say the new platform will help alleviate rail congestion and reduce delays as passenger trains move through Baltimore.
5:16 and a bright spot for you this morning. This 16-year-old dog from Milwaukee disappeared from his backyard and ends up at a bar. It happened last week when his owner, Jenny Hazard, noticed that the gate to her backyard was cracked open and her dog Bear was nowhere to be found. Hazard asked people on social media to be on the lookout for her dog, and then moments later, she gets a text saying he was at a local bar having the time of his life.
Great, I'm relieved he's okay, but what's he doing at a bar? They took good care of him, and I guess he was pretty popular. Old man breaks free, goes to bar.
Hazard says she eventually found out that Bear was with a group of women who were bar hopping. The bar's owners say that the women must have picked Bear up on the street and they took him in.
The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
The airline industry is in its football era now that the Super Bowl matchup is set with the Kansas City Chiefs facing against the San Francisco 49ers.
Football era?
Yeah, football era.
Okay, Well, United and American Airlines have added flights now between Kansas City and Las Vegas, and many include a nod to Taylor Swift and her relationship with Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. Both airlines added the flight numbers 1989, which is the name of a Swift album. United also added flight 2287, a nod to Swift's song 22, and Kelce's jersey number 87.
Well, still stung by the Ravens' loss to the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC Championship game Sunday, Mayor Brandon Scott apparently changed his view of the big event in Las Vegas 2 weeks from now. He said, quote, "We no longer call it the Super Bowl. It's the Usher's concert that's happening in Las Vegas."
Yeah, I like that.
Makes sense.
That's what I'm going to be watching for. All right, 5:18 now. We need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Today's National Croissant Day. Do you guys like croissants?
Yeah,
Love them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Where do you think they're from?
You think France?
Yeah.
Right. Incorrect. Austria. Austria, back to the 13th century. So,
oh, somebody did some Googling this morning.
I did some Googling. Yeah, I had a little time back there because we've got quiet weather. And Tom and Patrice, we call this back to you weather. So you guys toss to me. I say, this weather's not looking too bad. Back to you. And then you guys have to fill a whole bunch of time in the back because, I don't have anything to say. No, I do have stuff to say. Actually, we've got temperatures that are going to be a little milder as we get closer to the brand new month. Couple of days left in January. We still have some clouds hanging around right now, and these clouds allowing our temperatures to kind of hang out in the mid to upper 30s. In fact, 39 your temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little easterly wind at about 7 to 10 miles an hour. Good news today is that we will not see the wind as strong as it was yesterday. We have this area of low pressure, and you can see that snow in the Great Lakes region. This is the Clipper system that's going to be coming out of the Great Lakes, but sliding to the south of us as we head into tonight and tomorrow. So not going to do much. It'll keep the clouds around for the next few days. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, looking at the bus stop forecast for you. Numbers are hanging out in the 30s here this morning. Right through 7 a.m. We'll be in the lower 40s by noontime and into the mid 40s for the afternoon. So make sure to send those kids off with the jackets, the hats, the gloves as needed. But this afternoon, we'll keep the clouds around, just not nearly as windy. Checking the temperatures in your neighborhood. Lower 40s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown. 41 Cockeysville, Hunt Valley. 42 Perry Hall and White Marsh. And lower 40s here in Towson through Lutherville and Timonium. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're going to see those temperatures in the lower 40s as well for Ellicott City and Elkridge, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Right about 42 in Severna Park for you this afternoon. And taking a look at our temperature tracker, this is what I was talking about. We're going to see a trend of some slightly warmer numbers Thursday and Friday as we kick off February, low to mid 50s for our highs. So that'll be in the above average category. Finally, bringing back the car wash cast because we finally have a nice little dry stretch. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, green lights if you want to get the cars cleaned up from all that gunk that's been hanging around here. This is the future scan. There's that system just to the south and to the west of us for tomorrow. That's going to be rolling through, keeping the clouds around on Wednesday. Thursday, we'll finally see some more sun break out, but then another weak cold front that'll be dry comes through Thursday night into Friday, and that drops our temperatures a little bit as we head toward the weekend. Shout out to Erica and Overly. Look at this. This is Ziggy Marley, her 2-year-old chocolate lab that saw snow for the first time. And Ziggy, I think Ziggy likes it, but either way, Erica, thank you very much for sending that picture in. Always love your pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. We'd love to have your pet pics on TV. Early risers, let's get them in. I know we have some 5 o'clock viewers that have to get to work and stuff, so we'll get your pet pics on if you send them to me. Oh, there he is, Stuart with the side eye. Thanks. On Friday, Groundhog Day, my nemesis. Either way, as we head toward the weekend, numbers are going to stay into the upper 40s and lower 50s. Mark Jones with the MTA. You know, I don't like the groundhog because it's a rodent that predicts the weather.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
I really do. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, Justin, out there right now for the commute start, you'll find train 841 with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of mark look good for the commute start. Out there on light rail, on-time service, Amanda, and no delays or issues there. And Metro Subway checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
A Maryland woman is federally indicted in a nearly $2 billion cryptocurrency scheme. Coming up, what she's now admitting to and the warning from state leaders.
We have an update on Saturday's massive pileup that's on the Bay Bridge. What police are looking for in this investigation. 522, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local.
Making headlines around the state. Police say they're searching for a blue Honda Civic in connection to Saturday's pileup on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge.
Now, the crash happened during some dense fog. 43 cars involved. 13 people were injured, including 2 people who were sent to shock trauma. Investigators say a Honda Civic was driving at high speeds and could have contributed to the crash. Anyone with information is urged to call the MTA police at the number that's there at the bottom of your screen. That's 443-454-8703.
An update this morning on a crime spree last week in Prince George's County involving a woman from Baltimore. A judge decided the suspect, 31-year-old Tanae Stallings Brown, would be held without bail. Stallings Brown is accused of a string of hit and runs and stabbings in Prince George's County late last week. Her public defender advocated for private home detention, but the state disagreed, saying she is in extreme danger to the community, pointing to 2 prior assault convictions and an outstanding warrant for aggravated assault with a weapon.
We have not seen this level of violence committed against people who are seemingly strangers in a very long time. So this is very concerning to us. We definitely want to get to the bottom of it.
Police say the 31-year-old injured 6 people, among them a 15-year-old girl who is critically injured. Police say they eventually caught and arrested Stallings Brown in Baltimore before then taking her back to Prince George's County. She now faces dozens of charges, including multiple counts of attempted first-degree murder.
It'll be mostly cloudy and less windy today. Now the rest of the work week is shaping up.
A woman who was stabbed multiple times during a standoff is sharing her story. Coming up next, she tells us about her ex's mental health struggles and his murder confessions. You're watching Fox 45.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 5:29 coming up on 5:30. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly how cool it is going to be today.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast for us.
Yeah, and less windy today. That's going to be the biggest thing, guys. Also, I did some math really quickly. 29. Yeah, I think we got 31 days left in meteorological winter. which means March 1st is just around the corner. That means baseball. That means warmer temperatures. Right now, our numbers here in the 20s and 30s for the Old Line State, 40 actually in Annapolis, 39 in Baltimore City, 35 in Bel Air. Chestertown, good morning to you. You're waking up at 37 degrees. So on your morning drive, we're keeping those temperatures in the mid to upper 30s. Not too much to get in your way. We'll keep those clouds around for the next few hours. And throughout the day today, we are going to be mostly cloudy with our temperatures right about 45. Same number for you tomorrow. Notice Thursday, we get those numbers kicked up into the mid 50s. That's the first day of February. So we'll take a closer look at that and what we can expect for the weekend. If there's any rain or snow in our future, we'll talk about it. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thanks. Looking at the Lynn Solar Traffic Network now as we take a live look around the Baltimore region. Pretty light volume on the roads at this hour. The only issue we've been seeing is on 95 South in Laurel. That is heading into Washington, D.C., and there is some police presence. At this point, though, still not causing much of a delay.
A Maryland woman with the nickname Bitcoin Beauty is federally indicted in nearly $2 billion cryptocurrency scheme.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with the fallout and what we're learning about that suspect. Shannon.
Well, that suspect, Patrice and Tom, her name is Brenda Chunga, but like you guys said, she is better known as Bitcoin Beauty, and she is pleading guilty for her role in this scheme and could face up to 5 years in prison. Our cameras were rolling here as she walked out of federal court yesterday, her attorney not answering questions.
What's your reaction to the circumstance, the charge?
I can't make any comment.
Now, Chunga is a Severna Park woman and one of 3 named in this indictment. She is pleading guilty for her role as top promoter in a fraudulent hyperfund crypto pyramid scheme that bilked nearly $2 billion from investors worldwide. According to the federal indictment, Chunga promoted hyperfund membership packages from June of 2020 through early 2022, which she claimed guaranteed investors high returns, including from alleged hyperfunds crypto asset mining operations associated with a Fortune 500 company. Prosecutors say Chunga admitted that she personally received at least $3 million from her participation in the scheme. And now we're hearing from cryptocurrency expert Christopher Alexander, who has no connection to this case, but he's detailing why potential involvement with cryptocurrency can be attractive and also potentially dangerous.
First of all, you should never put your money in something that you don't know what it does. There are huge returns that are possible. And when you have opportunities to make that kind of money, unfortunately, you attract some very, very disreputable people who will take advantage of people to get at that money.
Now, a sentencing date has not yet been set in this case, but meanwhile, U.S. Attorney Eric Barron has a reminder for you that if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
The Federal Trade Commission is warning consumers about the risk of cryptocurrency. The commission says to avoid any social media posts that tell you to pay with cryptocurrency because those are likely scams. According to the FTC, these payments don't come with legal protection, so you won't be able to dispute a charge like you can with your debit or your credit card. Also, crypto transactions are never private, and any of your payments will typically be recorded in a public forum called a blockchain. More safety tips can be found on the FTC's website. Just search "What to Know About Cryptocurrency."
You could barely walk. You'd lost a lot of blood. When you finally made it out, how did you feel at that exact moment?
I just kept thinking he's going to come up behind me.
Continuing our coverage this morning, a Baltimore County woman shares her story of survival after an admitted killer held her hostage, stabbed her 11 times during a 24-hour standoff. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with more on the story that you're seeing first on Fox and how she says that woman was one persistent thought helped to save her life. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom, Erica Hart said that she just kept thinking about her kids, and that's what kept her alive. During an hours-long standoff, she was stabbed 11 times. The man responsible, 31-year-old Antonio Hart. But Erica says that the man who stabbed her wasn't the man she knew.
So let's talk about mental health.
Mm-hmm.
You said there's 2 people you knew, Antonio Hart and Rambo.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference?
Antonio Hart is a very loving person. He is the most loyal person you could ever meet.
Who was Rambo?
Rambo was evil.
Get the hostage negotiator here right now.
Rambo was angry.
Yeah, Rambo. I'm going out with a bang.
I think for black men, they're very stubborn with their mental health.
Erica says that one thing weighing heavy on Antonio's mind, confessing to several murders, including a 2010 murder that Sterling Matthews is currently serving 115 years for.
Bad hurt me to my heart. Sterling Matthews doing a life sentence behind the dog.
It wasn't until we were sitting in the house that he was confessing to me about it. And it was him, he had the Hellraiser mask, and it was just at that time there was like a no snitch rule, and Sterling, he held his loyalty and took that charge.
Now, Sterling Matthews is only 13 years into his 115-year sentence. His attorney is hoping that Antonio Hart's video confession will lead to a new trial. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
As you just heard, Olivia mentioned Sterling Matthews, who is currently serving a 115-year sentence. He was 17 at the time of the murder and always maintained his innocence. He shared his side of the story with Fox 45 News last week.
Did you shoot and kill Daquan Burks?
No, not at all. I had nothing to do with it. Never. Always told the people I was innocent. I had nothing to do with it. Wasn't even there. They wouldn't do what they supposed to do as far as it's like thorough investigation.
Matthews is scheduled for a post-conviction hearing in March. For more on Sterling Matthews, including his mother's alibi for him the night of the murder, you can head to foxbaltimore.com.
5:37 announced with city in crisis. Baltimore police say a 29-year-old man was shot in his face just outside Lexington Market. This happened around 3:30 yesterday afternoon. Fox 45 News was live on the scene when several streets and nearby metro station were all shut down. 29-year-old victim is expected to be okay. Police were able to apprehend 2 people of interest.
The Baltimore Police Department is searching for a suspect after a DoorDash driver says she was carjacked at gunpoint in East Baltimore. According to a police report, the woman was getting out of her car to deliver a pizza on East 28th Street when a man came up and told her he was waiting for a DoorDash order. He then pulled a gun on her, demanded money, and drove away with her car.
This is the latest case involving a delivery driver as a victim. Last year, a pizza delivery driver was shot in her face while delivering food in a neighborhood right outside Druid Hill Park.
In 2022, 51-year-old Cheryl McCormack, a wife and mother of 3, was shot and killed while accompanying her friend on a DoorDash delivery in Northeast Baltimore. That friend then opening up to Fox 45 News.
He opened the car door, told her, "Give me the phone, give me your pocketbook." She said, "No, I'm not giving you anything," and he shot her right in the head.
In this latest case, thankfully was not hurt. Police data shows that there have been 35 carjackings in Baltimore so far this year.
Shocking testimony coming from Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby in his ex-wife's federal trial. Why he says he lied to reporters about his financial issues.
New details in a Project Baltimore investigation that found a teenage convicted rapist was allowed to attend a Baltimore City school. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, another mother comes forward saying he victimized her daughter as well.
And we are staying milder this week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking what you can expect for the first weekend in February. 5:39 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
We are tracking key economic data this morning, expected to drop in just a few hours from now.
Megan Gillen is in our live center with what this could tell us. Megan?
Yeah, here's what we know. The latest read on the U.S. labor market, guys, is expected out at 10 a.m. Early predictions are that it stays steady at 8.8 million, pretty similar to what we have been seeing here. The new consumer confidence report out today at 10. But the big event here on today's agenda is the Fed meeting. It is not expected to bring rate cuts today, but some economists believe it could happen maybe in March when they meet again. Don't get too excited, though. Bankrate's chief financial analyst, Greg McBride, says, quote, even when they do, those cuts will likely be modest compared to the increases seen over the past couple of years. Now, at the same time, major companies continue to make cuts. Amazon announcing they're cutting ties with Roomba maker iRobot, essentially killing an acquisition agreement that both companies say were on mutual terms. What this means, as part of that restructuring plan, iRobot says it's laying off nearly 350 employees. That's about 31% of the vacuum company's workforce. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Las Vegas expecting one of the biggest crowds the city has seen as it plans to host the Super Bowl this year. Still ahead this morning, the Action City leaders are trying to make sure everyone's safe.
This year's big game is already proving to be one of the most expensive. Why prices are soaring. 5:43, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
5:46, and all eyes are on the Super Bowl, and there's a lot that goes into making sure anyone attending the game are safe. Now, that's where a team from the Utah National Guard comes into play.
With the Super Bowl in Las Vegas, Nevada, the Utah National Guard's 85th Civil Support Team will be on hand once again. The Civil Support Team assists with public safety issues related to weapons of mass destruction, terrorism, or any toxic material. Sergeant First Class Christopher Peterson is one of those on the team who worked last year's Super Bowl and will be in Vegas this year.
We go looking for all hazards, so we have monitoring equipment for gases that we can set out as stationary devices and monitor from a distance.
Now, the team says last year's Super Bowl in Glendale, Arizona was a quiet event for them, and they hope the same is true in Las Vegas.
Now, the Kansas City Chiefs are taking on the San Francisco 49ers in Vegas. The last time these two teams faced off in the Super Bowl was the 2019-2020 season, when the Chiefs won. This year's big game is already proving to be one of the most expensive. The get-in price, well, they're at more than $8,000. Means just that's the cheapest seat.
That's it. Just to be able to get in, obstructed view, I don't know. And they get much more expensive than that. Get-in price for Super Bowl this time last year.
That's crazy. According to StubHub, the most expensive ticket listed is more than $85,000. It includes a VIP package. What would have to be in that VIP package?
You'd have to be able to play one play in the game. I mean, right? I mean, would you be able to...
Right. All right. Well, we're scrolling past what I need to read. Can we go backwards? Let me find it here. With the Super Bowl being hosted in Las Vegas, that could too drive up prices since it's a major tourist destination. There's no denying that Taylor Swift's presence at this year's big game will also impact the prices as she cheers on her boyfriend, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce.
All right, so what will the weather be like there? I bet you it'll be a whole lot different than what it is here.
Well, let me just tell you, too. So I'm a Vegas kid. Obviously, I grew up there, right? I mean, and for years, we never had anything. We never had any teams. We never had the Golden Knights. We never had the Raiders. We never had anything like that. And then they built this amazing stadium. And I'm thinking maybe someday there'll be like a Super Bowl here. And it's here.
And
it's like, it's so crazy.
So you going? You got?
Oh my God, I would love to go.
85,000?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, no, that's not happening. If my team was in it,
8,000.
Yeah.
You
I
can
would sell out $8,000 to see the Raiders play. Yeah, absolutely. But
must be not.
But I'm just telling you, I would have to, get into some savings and whatever. But Raiders are playing here in Baltimore this upcoming season, so I'll be at that game. I'll find a ticket. Maybe British James will let me sit with him. I don't know. All right, good morning to all of you. Happy Tuesday. It is Hump Day Eve. Almost hump day as we see the clouds that are hanging out right now from our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group cam. The wind has died down. That's the good news. And our temperatures are in the upper 30s, 39 officially in Towson. You can always catch those temperatures for your neighborhoods right there on the right side of your screen. And on the bottom of your screen, we've got some forecast info for you. That's up even during commercials. So yeah, you can get the info that you need and head out the door. So this area of low pressure with the snow in the Great Lakes, that's about all that's going on. Most of the country very quiet. This system is going to dive down a little bit further to the south, down through the mid-Atlantic and the Carolinas over the next 24 hours or so. So that's going to keep the cloud cover around. But right now it's looking that we are going to stay dry and not have any impact from that. Upper 30s here for the next few hours as you rise and shine with us. Enjoy some coffee and breakfast. Sun up at 7:16. Probably won't see much of the sun today. It was nice to see it break out a little bit yesterday afternoon. We're at 37 here in the 8 o'clock hour. The Bromo Seltzer Tower looking good from our day planner. And notice by noontime our numbers hang out in the lower 40s. We'll get to the mid 40s today, but we do keep that cloud cover around as we head later into the afternoon. Overall, our temperatures are close to average for this time of year. A lot of you in the lower 40s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air and Elkton. 42 Chestertown, Easton at 44, 42 in Annapolis, and mid 40s in Baltimore. But notice as we look across the country, all that warm air, 60s and 70s for Oklahoma City and Dallas today, 61 in Memphis, even mid 50s in Nashville. A little cooler in the Great Lakes region, but nothing major going on. As I mentioned, almost 80 degrees in Phoenix this afternoon. Here's a look at our temperature trend. 46 tomorrow. Then you see we slide into the 50s on Thursday and Friday. That's the brand new month. February is starting off kind of mild. Even Saturday and Sunday will be cooler, but we're still keeping those temperatures in the above average category. Here's that 7-day forecast. And yeah, we got Groundhog Day coming up on Friday. But as we head into the weekend, we do stay mainly dry and those temperatures a little bit on the mild-ish side. All right, let's get an update on our mass transit now. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Camden train 843 operating with an 8 to 10 minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel. Out there on light rail, no delays, looking good in both directions of that service. And Metro Subway checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Janae Bowens here in Washington with a look at why President Biden is losing support from black voters.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill working on the new border legislation. What Republicans say the bill is focusing on. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
5:54 in your election 2024 coverage. New polls show President Biden is losing support from a key demographic, people of color.
National correspondent Janae Bowens explains the shift.
In light of signs of waning support, President Joe Biden spent the weekend in South Carolina with black voters, touting why he says he's the better pick over the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, Donald Trump.
Love thy neighbor as thyself. It's an idea that we can't abandon, and some want to see it abandoned.
In a December AP NORC poll, 50% of black adults said they approve of Biden. That's down from 86% in July 2021.
Polls are a snapshot of the time, but they've never defined the time.
Democratic strategist Antoine Seawright says the majority of black voters will vote for the president in November, but he admits their votes can't be taken for granted.
We have to demonstrate that we're willing to fight a little harder and fight a little more. We cannot let the other side define the narrative that they are the ones who are fighting.
The Biden campaign is reportedly working on a fundraiser with the first black president Barack Obama and former President Bill Clinton, who was extremely popular among black voters. Meanwhile, former President Trump sees an opportunity with the black community.
Have you seen our poll numbers with African Americans and with Hispanic Americans? There is much more enthusiasm now than there was even in 2020 or 2016.
Recent polling shows anywhere from 12 to 17% of black voters supporting Trump. That would be a jump from 2020, where AP's VoteCast showed Trump received only 8% of the black vote compared to Biden's 91%.
I don't think that we can underestimate how important it is for any Democratic presidential candidate to get upwards of 90 or better % of the black vote. Any shift in that, it is over for Democrats.
Republican and Democratic strategists say both Trump and Biden have their work cut out for them to get black voters support. Now, they agree it largely comes down to getting into the black community and communicating their agenda and why it's better than their opponents. In Washington, Janae Bowens.
Thank you, Janae. Some Republican voters are also voicing skepticism about former President Donald Trump as he's facing 4 federal investigations. Voters appear split on whether they will still support Trump if he's convicted in any of those criminal cases.
How do you feel about that? Is he fit if he's convicted of one of these crimes?
I do feel as though he is still fit to be president of the United States, yes.
If he's convicted of a crime, I don't think he should be the president.
Well, last week we asked if you would be satisfied with Joe Biden and Donald Trump as the 2024 presidential nominees. 13,000 people across 70 cities voted, and 64% said no. Let's go now live to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are working on new border legislation. They're trying to hammer out the details. Republicans say the bill focuses on bringing America down to 0 illegal border crossings. But some of the loudest opposition is coming from former President Trump. Other Republicans argue he is trying to make border security a campaign issue.
Even while he was president, he was specifically asking Congress to change the standard on asylum, to be able to tighten up, to be able to give him additional funds for deportation. All of those things are in this bill. So if he were to be president, this would be new authorities that he had actually asked for when he was president before.
The bill could be ready for the Senate floor within days. Trump is pressing Senate Republicans to kill it, with the immigration crisis at the center of his campaign.
Political commentator Armstrong Williams talked about the border situation during his town hall.
Look, the policy of the Biden administration that they will not say out loud, but the de facto, the policy in reality, is we do not have a border anymore. We have open borders, and everything else is a charade.
I understand the fact that American citizens are fed up, are tired, but infuriated.
Angry.
I agree with you,
Disgusted.
100%. You know what? I'm angry too that taxes keep going up, the interest rates go up, but I don't blame the people selling their homes. I blame the government. I blame the leaders, okay? These are people running, and like your guest said, they run to the Border Patrol. Why? For help. These are people that are coming, for example, from Venezuela. There's a dictatorship. And what is the United States doing for that? Nothing, really.
Is it our problem?
They're restricting.
No. Is it our problem?
No, it's not.
America has its own problems she needs to take care of.
But I tell you, why is the government taking away the restrictions in the oil over Venezuela? There is an economic reason for politics, and that is the problem. The immigrants are not the problem.
You can watch Armstrong Williams' full town hall right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
happening this morning here in Annapolis, a rally advocating for gun safety measures. Coming up next, I'll have details on what the group is demanding from lawmakers.
There are several major revelations coming out of former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial. Coming up, we'll talk about why her ex-husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, now says he lied to the public.
Winds starting to die down, still chilly temperatures to kick off your Tuesday. We'll be seeing those numbers go up as we head toward February.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, January 30th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it looks like we have a less windy day, but how do you dress the kids for the bus stop?
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here taking a look at that for us.
Still got to make sure we have coats and gloves and hats and all that good stuff because we're still seeing temperatures that are in the 30s this morning. But yeah, a lot less wind, so it'll be a little bit more palatable or easy to be outside later today. We have those clouds kind of rolling in, so that's actually keeping us from going near freezing. Our temperatures are a little bit in the above freezing category. In fact, you can see 36 in Towson and Cockeysville, also 36 in Rosedale. Essex Middle River, you're at 37. Dundalk, same number for you there, and 38 currently in Brooklyn Park. So not as windy today. Temperatures staying slightly above average today and into the next couple of days as well as we wrap up the month of January. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. We'll keep our temps in the mid to upper 30s over the next few hours with those clouds hanging around. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that and talk about what we can expect for the upcoming weekend in just a few.
6:01 now, and happening today, a rally in Annapolis for gun safety. Now, this comes as gun violence continues to be a major concern and just weeks after Governor Moore announced his public safety priorities.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Annapolis with a closer look at those priorities and today's rally. Olivia.
Well, that's right, Tom and Patrice. At 9:30 this morning, volunteers from the Maryland chapters of Mom Demand Action and Students Demand Action will gather just behind me here on Lawyers Mall, which is just outside of the State House there, to meet with lawmakers and advocate for gun safety measures to be passed during this current legislative session. Both groups are part of Every Town for Gun Safety's grassroots network, which is the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country. The chair and vice chair of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee are both expected to attend the rally, as well as State Comptroller Brooke Learman. The rally comes just weeks after Governor Moore announced his public safety priorities. Among those priorities, increased probation for juvenile offenders.
We need to think seriously about lengthening probation for juveniles guilty of gun crimes.
Now, critics say the governor's plan lacks specifics, especially with juvenile crime. The groups rallying today say that Maryland has made significant progress in recent years to strengthen gun violence prevention laws and keep communities safe. But this year, they're advocating for lawmakers to create a Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and continue funding community intervention programs. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
6:03 now, a major revelation in the federal trial of former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. City Council President Nick Mosby testified that he lied to reporters about a tax lien on his home to keep the truth from his wife. Prosecutors argued that Marilyn Mosby lied about that tax lien or mortgage applications for 2 vacation homes in Florida. The City Council's president now raising questions about how fit he is to hold his office.
Makes his credibility even worse if it's possible to think it was good in the first place.
That's not the only concerning piece of information to come out of the proceedings. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a closer look at what happened in court and what's ahead. Shannon?
Well, this trial, Tom and Patrice, is set to pick back up this morning, and we do expect to learn more either today or in the coming days about City Council President Nick Mosby's previous tax filings. Already, the prosecution is alleging that he repeatedly committed perjury on tax forms. Meanwhile, back to that other revelation, Mosby is now claiming that he lied to reporters back in a press conference in 2020 when they asked about the tax lien. And he says the statement you're about to hear was a lie to keep it from his wife.
I said that it would be done in the coming days, and
have been able to settle.
You're admitting to having a credibility issue, and you can't have it both ways. And once you admit to having a serious credibility issue in court, it's very difficult to then say, well, I lied then, but I had a good reason for it.
So Jeremy Eldridge there is an attorney who's not affiliated with this case, but he says Nick Mosby's testimony will make it hard for a jury to believe what he's saying. From the beginning, Marilyn Mosby's defense has been that she didn't know about the couple's $45,000 tax lien on her home in Baltimore. And under oath, Nick Mosby has been taking responsibility, telling the jury that he hid the tax troubles from his wife. Now, photos here shown to the jury indicate the disorganized mail in the Mosby's home, and we are talking garbage bags full of unopened mail, giving us just a glimpse, Patrice, into what it looks like potentially in the home.
Well, Shannon, you mentioned prosecutors are alleging that Nick Mosby repeatedly committed perjury on his tax form. So what do we know about that?
Well, we're learning, Patrice, that Nick's financial woes date back almost a decade, or span almost a decade. In fact, we're learning from the years of 2014 to 2018, wages were garnished to pay off student loan debt. His car got repossessed twice, and he fell behind on mortgage payments. Prosecutors also claim in the same years, Nick Mosby wrote off charitable donations. So again, we do expect to learn more about this today or in the coming days, as this trial is now in its third week. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, there was a time when there was a superseding indictment against Nick Mosby, and at that time, Fox 45 asked the mayor whether or not he still had confidence in City Council President Nick Mosby. The mayor didn't give an answer. He said he wanted to wait until the federal investigation played out.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Given his testimony, should Nick Mosby continue to be Baltimore City Council president? So far, 64% of those who have responded say no. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Global tensions rising after a deadly attack on a U.S. base in Jordan. We take you live to Washington, where all eyes are now on President Biden.
Plus, the Bitcoin beauty caught up in a cryptocurrency scheme. In our next half hour, the warning from federal investigators after a staggering fraud indictment.
Temps are in the 30s and 40s this morning with those clouds hanging around over the Old Line State. We're back with your forecast, talking about numbers as we head toward February that will be a little bit warmer.
And before we head into break here, another look at your Lens Slower Traffic Network, taking a live look around the Baltimore region. And you can see right around Baltimore, light volume on the roads. No major issues to report there. Still, if you're towards D.C., the only issue we've been reporting is the police activity as they're searching for something on 95 southbound right now, causing a slight delay. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:10 now. All eyes are on Washington this morning as President Biden's response to Sunday's deadly attack on a U.S. base in Jordan could push the U.S. into a larger world conflict.
I want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center now with what we know. Megan.
Yeah, guys, you're taking a look at the three faces of those fallen heroes here. What you're seeing, who you're seeing right here is Sergeant William Rivers, Specialist Kennedy Sanders, and Specialist Breonna Moffett, all from Georgia, working out of the 718th Engineer Company at Fort Moore near Columbus there. Taking you live to Capitol Hill now. Yesterday, Washington's leaders reiterating a vow for retaliation for their deaths, promising a response more powerful than previous strikes in Iran and Syria, but also doubling down on efforts to hinder a broader conflict.
We've made very, very clear from day one that we're going to defend our people, we're going to defend our personnel, we're going to defend our interests, and that's exactly what we've done. At the same time, the president's been very clear that we want to prevent broader escalation. We want to prevent this conflict from spreading. So we are intent on doing both.
At the same time, a framework for hostage releases and a possible ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is being worked out in Paris. That conflict, along with Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, all adding up, guys, just to create a charged international environment right now, with some U.S. leaders even now proposing strikes on Iran. For now, we wait to see what action President Biden decides to take. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A bitter end to a remarkable season for the flock. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, how leaders in any organization can deal with failure and loss and use it as a resurgence.
And new details in a Project Baltimore investigation that found a teenage convicted rapist was allowed to attend a Baltimore school. Another mother comes forward saying he victimized her daughter as well. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
And now all eyes turn to the Super Bowl, and there's a lot that goes into making sure everyone who attends that game are safe. That's where a team from Utah National Guard comes into play.
with the Super Bowl in Las Vegas, Nevada. The Utah National Guard's 85th Civil Support Team will be on hand once again. The civil support team assists with public safety issues related to weapons of mass destruction, terrorism, any toxic materials. Sergeant First Class Christopher Peterson is one of those on the team who worked last year's Super Bowl and will be in Vegas this year.
We go looking for all hazards, so we have monitoring equipment for gases that we can set out as stationary devices and monitor from a distance.
Well, the team says last year's Super Bowl in Glendale, Arizona was a quiet event for them, and they hope the same comes true in Las Vegas.
If you plan to go to the Super Bowl, it's going to cost you a pretty penny. According to TickPick, as of Monday, the average price to attend the game is about $9,800. That is 70% more expensive than last year. The current and cheapest ticket price is about $8,100. That's 50% more expensive than last year. In 2023, the cheapest ticket was priced at nearly $6,000. This year's Super Bowl game between the Kansas City Chiefs and San Francisco 49ers has now become the most expensive Super Bowl on record. So everybody that's so excited to see Taylor Swift, you can thank her, I suppose, if you were trying to go.
She does need more money.
Maybe she'll lend you the money for it.
Right, and NFL needs more money too. We know you're excited about the upcoming game. Now you can celebrate it with some extra cash. Here's a chance that you can win by playing Big Game Trivia.
Grab your phone and scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 gift card. Play the Big Game Trivia, get the question right, and you could win that daily prize of the $100 gift card. The daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win $5,000.
Again, just scan the QR code to get the Big Game Trivia question of the day. Kai Knox won yesterday's Big Game Trivia. Cha-ching.
All right, well, there's no need to hang your heads about Sunday's loss to the Chiefs anymore, Baltimore, because in just 58 days, Baltimore baseball is back. The O's are returning to Charm City.
That's right. Your defending AL East champs will start their season at home, facing off against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch opening day, 3:05. That's Thursday afternoon, March 28th.
All right, it's 6:17, and oh my gosh,
yes,
meteorologist Justin Chambers is over there.
Yes. 2 weeks from Thursday, guys, pitchers and catchers report.
Wow.
I mean, and here we go. Then we've got our spring training games, and we start early.
Wait a minute. You threw last year. You threw that opening pitch. Are they calling you in 2 weeks?
I got an email from the Orioles. I'll have to see if they're inviting me to spring training to practice pitching. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But it may have just been an ad for something, but tickets. Good morning, everybody. Our Towson Camp. What a great season it was for both of our teams here. I mean, we're a winning city, guys. That's awesome. So our Towson Camp right now, we do have some clouds hanging around. And our temperatures not as cold because of the cloud cover. It kind of acts as a blanket or an insulator. We're at 38 officially in Towson. Wind is still out of the east about 9 to 12 miles an hour. Overall, though, not nearly as windy today as it was yesterday. Not much happening up and down the East Coast. Very quiet weather. Only thing that's really going on is this area of low pressure over the Great Lakes, bringing some showers from Chicago over to Detroit and down through Indianapolis along that frontal boundary. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they're bundled up this morning. Temperatures will be in the 30s, and we'll get to the 40s through noontime and recess. And by the time you pick them up 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, a lot of us will be in the mid 40s. So a cool afternoon. Clouds are going to kind of stick around today, but golfers, if you want to hit the links on our forecast. I wasn't able to do this because we had snow on all the golf courses last week, but we're talking about upper 30s through 9 a.m. golfers, lower 40s by noon, no wind to get in your way. Don't have to deal with that 1 or 2 club wind. And high temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties in the upper 30s and low to mid 40s for the day today. Those numbers are near or slightly above average for this time of year. Keeping those lower 40s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. in the mid 40s. 48, one of the warmer spots, Southern Virginia, and 42 if you're heading down the ocean. Pilots, not a bad day. Finally not as windy. Mainly VFR today, which is going to be good. Visual flight rules, but we do have those cloud ceilings and the decks right around, I'd say, 35 to 4,000 feet. So you can still get in some of those VFR flights. lights. And if you want to get the cars cleaned up, go ahead and do it. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, green lights on your car wash cast. Looking at our future scan here, notice we stay mainly dry today with a few of those clouds hanging around. That system passes to the south and west of us tonight, and that will bring some more cloud cover and maybe a sprinkle or two late tonight into early tomorrow morning, but not the snow that Ziggy Marley the dog got the other day. That is from Erica in Overly. That is a great picture of Ziggy Marley. Thanks so much, Erica, for sending that picture in, and I love getting your pet pics, and we'll keep putting them on TV. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Just one way to get to me. All right, here's our Groundhog Day forecast. You can see our temps are in the 50s on Friday, and then we keep the lower 50s around, even though we're a bit cooler for the weekend, still in those lower 50s for Saturday and Sunday. Let's get an update now with Mass Transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got 10 train 511 operating with a 5 to 10 minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for your commute travels. You'll find light rail on time, but Metro Subway operating with an 8 to 10 minute delay in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Happening now, Love is in the Air. Next Level Chef and Farmer Wants a Wife. They're back for a new season, and you can watch them right here on Fox 45. We're getting you ready for Valentine's Day to celebrate.
The best part is you don't have to be a chef. You don't have to be a farmer.
Just tell us your recipe for love. It's the Fox 45 Love at First Bite contest. Yeah, love interest. You want to woo one? Maybe spread love around Baltimore. The Fox 45 Morning News viewer with the winning idea receives $2,500 to spend as they wish.
Head to foxbaltimore.com/contest to enter and watch Next Level Chef, followed by Farmer Wants a Wife, Thursday nights on Fox 45.
An exploration team says it may have found a new clue in the mysterious disappearance of Amelia Earhart. Coming up, how they made the discovery.
A Maryland woman is federally indicted in a nearly $2 billion cryptocurrency scheme. Coming up, what she is now admitting to and the warning from state leaders. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, it feels a lot like finding the Titanic. Charleston's own Tony Romeo believes he may have found Amelia Earhart's plane.
Christian Clark from our Sinclair sister station in South Carolina joins us to tell us more about the expedition and how they made the discovery.
Amelia Earhart was so inspiring, and it's a story that I think everyone you can't help but falling in love with. My favorite quote from her was, why are you doing this? She was getting ready to leave on her trip around the world, and I said, why are you doing this? And she said, because I want to. I just love that answer. It's just perfect.
Those 4 words propelled Tony Romeo into solving the mystery of her disappearance.
The way we set about doing this, well, if we buy the equipment and we turn this into a business, we can continue searching for Amelia whenever we're done with a certain project. We can go back to the area and continue searching. And the idea was we're eventually going to find her, and that was the goal.
In September, his crew started a 3-month journey. On the ship with them, an underwater vehicle called the Hugin 6000.
It goes down to about 50 meters above the seabed, and then it basically mows the lawn. It just goes back and forth, and it looks out about a mile wide, and it's just sending out sound and listening for what comes back, and then it paints a nice image of what it's seeing.
When they pulled the AUV out of the water, the data revealed something incredible.
You see weird rock formations and things on the bottom of the ocean, but you're not going to see like that nice T shape that an airplane forms, and we saw that.
A very surreal moment.
I just remember thinking, golly, this is the first time that Amelia's been, this is the first time she's been seen in 86 years. So it was a kind of a sobering moment. And also, 2 people died there too, so we got to keep that in mind.
I'm Kirsten Clark reporting.
Well, the next step is confirming the wreckage. They'll have to return to the site to snap pictures of the plane, including the aircraft's registration numbers.
Now, Romeo, you just heard in that story, and the team have a documentary on their expedition coming out later this year around the time of her disappearance.
Well, a chilly morning with temperatures in the 30s coming up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking what our first weekend of February is looking like.
A woman who was stabbed multiple times during a standoff is sharing her story. Coming up next, she tells us about her ex's mental health struggles and his murder confessions. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly how cold it will feel after that windy day we had yesterday.
It was cold yesterday. I told my daughter she could wear a lighter jacket. My husband overruled and sent her in a heavier jacket. So when I saw her get her off the bus, I was like, good job, Dad. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. She probably needs that heavy jacket again.
So Dad listens to me and you don't. I get it. I understand that. Okay.
Didn't say that.
All right. Wow. Yeah, still the jacket this morning, guys. But here's the thing. Today, not as windy, so you're not going to feel as cold, even though our temps are going to be very similar to where we ended up yesterday. Love this shot here, zoomed into Oriole Park at Camden Yards, still with the purple right there. We love that, representing our Ravens. And temperatures in the mid to upper 30s for Cockeysville and Bel Air right now. We're at 38 in Baltimore City, 40 in Annapolis, 37 your temp in Columbia and Laurel. So a chilly Tuesday morning, and yeah, not as windy today. Those temperatures staying near or just slightly above average. And check these numbers out, 45 today, mid 40s again tomorrow. We keep the clouds around for the next few days. More sun, but warmer numbers. Thursday, we kick off February in the 50s. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads today, Tom?
Except for one area right now, the Lens Solar Traffic Network. There's a pretty bad accident. 695's outer loop, right at 70 at Woodlawn. You can see the top camera there showing the flashing lights and multiple vehicles involved here. All lanes are closed, and you can see it is getting, you are being moved off of 695 and then back on just past at 70. And you can see the cars in the north of that camera just coming back on as that camera is really shaky and starts to kind of freeze on us here. New this morning, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is running for Congress. Here's a look at his campaign website right now. U.S. Representative Dutch Ruppersberger announcing Friday he would not seek a 12th term in November. Olszewski is now running for the seat in the May 14th primary. He's been serving as Baltimore County Executive since 2018.
A Maryland woman with the nickname Bitcoin Beauty is federally indicted in a nearly $2 billion cryptocurrency scheme. Shannon Lilly joining us live with the fallout and what we know about the suspect. Shannon.
Well, that suspect, Patrice, her name is Brenda Chunga, but like you said, she is better known as Bitcoin Beauty, and she is now pleading guilty to her role in this scheme and could face up to 5 years in prison. Take a look here. Our cameras were rolling as she walked out of the federal courthouse yesterday. Her attorney, though, not answering our questions.
What's your reaction to the circumstance, the charge?
I can't make any comment.
Now, Chunga is a Severna Park woman and one of 3 named in this indictment. She's pleading guilty for her role as top promoter in a fraudulent, hyper-fun crypto pyramid scheme that bilked nearly $2 billion from investors worldwide. According to the federal indictment, Chunga promoted hyper-fun membership packages from June of 2020 through early 2022, which she claimed guaranteed investors high returns, including from alleged hyper-fun's crypto asset mining operations associated with a Fortune 500 company. Now, prosecutors say Chunga admitted that she personally received at least $3 million from her participation in the scheme. And now we are hearing from cryptocurrency expert Christopher Alexander. Now, he doesn't have any connection to this case, but he's detailing why potential involvement with cryptocurrency can be both attractive and also potentially dangerous.
First of all, you should never put your money in something that you don't know what it does. There are huge returns that are possible. And when you have opportunities to make that kind of money, unfortunately, you attract some very, very disreputable people who will take advantage of people to get at that money.
Now, a sentencing date has not yet been set in this case, but meanwhile, U.S. Attorney Eric Barron is reminding you, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. The Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, is warning consumers about the risk of cryptocurrency. The commission says to avoid any social media posts that show you to pay with cryptocurrency because those are likely scams. According to the FTC, these payments do not come with legal protection, so you won't be able to dispute any charge like you would if you used your debit or credit card. Also, crypto transactions are never private, and any of your payments will typically be recorded in a public forum called a blockchain. More safety tips can be found on the FTC's website. Just search what to know about cryptocurrency.
You could barely walk. You'd lost a lot of blood. When you finally made it out, how did you feel at that exact moment?
I just kept thinking he's going to come out behind me.
Continuing coverage this morning, a Baltimore County woman sharing her story of survival after an admitted killer held her hostage and stabbed her 11 times during a 24-hour standoff. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with more on the story that you're seeing first on Fox and how that woman says one persistent thought helped her stay alive. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom, Erica Hart said she just kept thinking about her kids, and that's what kept her alive. But as you mentioned, during an hours-long standoff, she was stabbed 11 times. The man responsible, 31-year-old Antonio Hart. But Erica says the man who stabbed her wasn't the man she knew.
So let's talk about mental health.
Mm-hmm.
You said there's two people you knew, Antonio Hart and Rambo.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference?
Antonio Hart is a very loving person. He is the most loyal person you could ever meet.
Who was Rambo?
Rambo was evil.
Get the hostage negotiator here right now.
Rambo was angry.
Yeah, Rambo. I'm going out with a bang.
I think for black men, they're very stubborn with their mental health.
Erica says one thing weighing heavy on Antonio's mind, confessing to several murders, including a 2010 murder that Sterling Matthews is currently serving 115 years for.
Bad hurt me till my heart. Sterling Matthews doing a life sentence behind the dog.
It wasn't until we were sitting in the house that he was confessing to me about it. And it was him. He had the Hellraiser mask. And it was just at that time there was like a no snitch rule, and Sterling, he held his loyalty and took that charge.
Now, Sterling Matthews is only 13 years into his 115-year sentence, but his attorney is hoping that Antonio Hart's video confession will lead to a new trial. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Will the Fed cut interest rates today? We've got the early predictions ahead of today's highly anticipated meeting.
Shocking new testimony in Marilyn Mosby's mortgage fraud case. Just ahead, why her ex-husband says he lied to reporters about his tax troubles.
And highs are expected to be in the 40s later today with less wind across the region.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how the rest of your work week is shaping up. 6:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Folks around the Asheville, North Carolina area started the work week with a coat of snow. Higher elevation saw several inches. The coating enough to turn some landscapes into a late January winterland of wonders. And it seems for this dog, any day is a good day for soccer, and a snow-covered balcony likely adds to the fun.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
6:41, and we are tracking key economic data this morning, expected to drop in just a few hours.
Megan Gillen is in our live center with what it could tell us. Megan.
It means a lot for our bank accounts, guys. The latest read on the U.S. labor market. That's the first one expected out at 10 a.m. Hoping to see these as we look at this graph that's unemployed, hoping to see those numbers drop even more. Early predictions, though, showing it's going to stay steady at 8.8 million. Also, we are anticipating the new consumer confidence report due out this morning as well. But the big event, guys, on today's agenda is the Fed meeting. It is not expected to bring rate cuts today, but some economists believe it could happen in March when they meet again. Don't get too excited, though. Bankrate's chief financial analyst, keeping it real, Greg McBride, says, quote, even when they do, those cuts will likely be modest compared to the increases seen over the past couple of years. At the same time, we've been watching major companies continue to make cuts. Amazon now announcing they're cutting ties with Roomba maker iRobot, essentially really killing an acquisition agreement that both companies say were on mutual terms. As part of their restructuring plan, iRobot says it is laying off nearly 350 employees. That's about 31% of the vacuum company's workforce. We'll keep you posted as those reports drop. Again, 10 o'clock this morning is the time. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
The governor is working to get aid to help the most vulnerable residents. The question is this morning about where the money is coming from.
And our State House Spotlight series continues in just about 30 minutes. Just ahead, we're seeing how lawmakers are working to get more homicide and violent crime cases solved. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all
.645 and topping your morning rush, a rally in Annapolis for gun safety. Now, this comes as gun violence continues to be a major concern and just weeks after Governor Moore announced his public safety priorities. Olivia Dance joining us live from Annapolis with what we can expect from this morning's rally. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Patrice. At 9:30 this morning, volunteers from the Maryland chapters of Moms Demand Action and Students Demand Action will gather just behind me here on Lawyers Mall, which is just outside of the State House there, to meet with lawmakers and advocate for gun safety measures to be passed during this current legislative session. Both groups are part of Everytown for Gun Safety's grassroots network, which is the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country. The chair and vice chair of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee are both expected to attend the rally, as well as State Comptroller Brooke Learman. The rally comes, though, just weeks after Governor Moore announced his public safety priorities. Among those priorities, increased probation for juvenile offenders. Now, coming up in just about 15 minutes, we'll look into the governor's priorities and also what the groups rallying are demanding from lawmakers. Back to you.
Olivia, the trial of former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby continues into its third week. Prosecutors arguing Marilyn Mosby lied about the tax lien on mortgage applications for two of her vacation homes in Florida. Shannon Lilly joining us live with the major revelations already uncovered and what's ahead now for this trial. Shannon?
Well, this trial, Tom, is set to pick back up this morning, and already City Council President Nick Mosby's credibility is back in question. Now, we know that a key piece of Marilyn's defense has been that she did not know about that tax lien and that her ex-husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, actually hid those tax troubles from her. Well, now Nick is taking the stand, claiming and admitting that he lied to reporters during a press conference back in 2020 about that tax lien. And he says that he did that in order for his wife not to find out. So coming up in the next 15 minutes, we're going to dig deeper into these revelations that are coming out of this trial. And we'll have more on Nick Mosby's financial woes, which allegedly span back a decade. Now back to you.
6:47. There are new details in a Project Baltimore investigation that found a 15-year-old convicted rapist was allowed to attend a Baltimore public high school. A second mother has now come forward saying the same teen also victimized her daughter.
The 15-year-old is a student at Patterson High School who last month entered a plea in Harford County to a second-degree rape charge involving a 3-year-old relative. Records show that he was given probation and counseling while ordered to have no unsupervised contact with children under 15. He was then allowed to return to Patterson High School with nearly 1,300 students. And now we're hearing from a second mother who says that same teen is charged with sexually abusing her daughter in Baltimore County. She says he should never have been allowed back in school.
You knew what he did. He confessed, and then you agreed to put him back in school? Like, what were you thinking?
Well, coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, Project Baltimore will have much more on this investigation, including questions over why this teen was given probation and allowed to return to school when he was already facing similar charges in Baltimore County.
It is 6:48 now. It is a chilly start to the morning. I think I saw 40s and was like, oh, that's not too bad. But it was cold yesterday.
Cold, and with that wind made it feel even colder. That wind has died down. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at their full Weather Authority forecast.
Yeah, that's the big difference today, guys. The fact that we're not going to have nearly as much wind, so it won't feel as cold. But our temperatures are going to stay in the 40s, and we do have those clouds kind of hanging around today. Not really much in the way of sunshine, not until we get to about Thursday. But looking at it, a very calm Inner Harbor this morning. Everything looking good and feeling good, too. We're at 38 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little easterly wind, about 9 to 12 miles an hour at this time. Overall, very quiet up and down the East Coast. In fact, most of the U.S. not dealing with anything in terms of adverse weather. Just have some snow showers with this upper level low in parts of the Great Lakes region. And part of that will slide close to us by the time we get to tonight and tomorrow as well. As you get up and out with us here, next few hours on your Rise and Shine cast, we'll keep those temperatures in the mid to upper 30s with the sun up at 7:16. Note that sunset time almost 5:30, 5:25, your official sunset as those daylight hours continue to get a little bit longer. 10 a.m. in the Hunt Valley region, Cockeysville will be in those upper 30s, and we'll see those numbers climb to the low and mid 40s again with a lot less wind today, even though we keep those cloud cover around. Taco Tuesday, 4 or 5 p.m. We're looking at temps in the mid 40s, so not too bad at all. 42 Columbia, 43 in Laurel. A lot of you on the Eastern Shore will be in those low to mid 40s for Chestertown and Stevensville, down through Easton and Talbot County. 45 in Baltimore City. But checking our numbers here over the next couple of days, Thursday and Friday to kick off the month of February will be above average. And we'll see some low to mid 50s. So we have some milder temperatures on the way. This is our future scan. Staying dry today. There's that system passing to the south and to the west of us. So western part of the state will get the potential for some showers. Maybe a few of those sprinkles head out into early tomorrow morning for us here. But overall, not a lot of rain. And notice how we stay dry on Thursday, finally getting some more sunshine by Thursday afternoon. Shout out to Wendy B. and Glenn Burney. Look at Teddy representing the Baltimore Ravens with his Lamar jersey on. So thank you, Wendy, for that shot in Glenn Burney. Always appreciate your pet pics. Keep them coming. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com or on the X, on the Instagram, Facebook. Chime in however you want to do it. There's Stuart. Give me the side eye on Groundhog Day. Yeah. Not a fan of him, but he's not a fan of me either, so it doesn't really matter. It goes both ways. A little bit cooler for the first weekend of February, but we do stay dry with temps into the lower 50s.
Baltimore's Winter Restaurant Week is upon us, and it's time to nod your head yes to a tasty selection. We're going to be speaking with the Empanada Lady on how the week is shaping up.
And are you ready to be pantless and do-gooder? Well, in our 9 o'clock hour, how you can raise awareness for a genetic disorder just by taking a stroll in some of your best sassy sleepwear.
We should all just sit back and watch that. It's time for a coffee break.
The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
6:55 and the stage is set for Super Bowl. Now the Kansas City Chiefs will be taking on the San Francisco 49ers in Las Vegas.
However, one couple from Warwick, Rhode Island is already out west leading the NFL Green Initiative. It's designed to leave a positive impact on the community.
Nicole Menner with our Sinclair sister station in Rhode Island has the story.
Good morning. What a beautiful sunny morning we have.
Jack and Susan Groh have been minimizing the environmental impacts of the NFL's major events for 30 years.
They were the first professional sports league to ever do anything about environmental impact.
The Warwick couple works on various projects across the league, but it all started with the Super Bowl.
We started out with some simple recycling projects, but then just kept going from there and just turned it into the greenest professional championship in the world.
The pair started planning for Super Bowl 58 months ago.
We'll be planting 90 trees here at this beautiful park.
Now that the countdown is on, they've been putting on numerous NFL green events leading up to it around Las Vegas.
We started by planting 58 trees for Super Bowl 58, and then we've been all over Clark County. So by the time we wrap up this week, we'll have done 14 community greening projects.
Super Bowl weekend will be the busiest of the year for the Grohs, greening the game in ways you won't be able to see.
Maybe if you have X-ray vision, it's all the stuff that you oftentimes don't see that makes a big difference, whether it's recycling or recovering food for donation, recovering materials for donation.
Spearheading NFL Green has been rewarding for the Grohs in many ways.
So fun, there's so much energy.
Leaving the community better than they found it and getting others to do the same.
Everybody knows football, they know Super Bowl. They don't always know about the green legacy we leave behind in every community. So I think that's a welcome surprise.
Everybody loves these projects, everybody wants to be engaged, and everybody sees how it helps the local community.
Nicole Menor, Sports Team 10.
This year's Super Bowl between the Chiefs and 49ers is the most expensive on record. According to TickPick, the average price just to attend the game around $9,800. That's 70% more expensive than last year. The current cheapest ticket price is around $8,100 just to get in, which is 50% more expensive than last year. In 2023, the cheapest ticket was priced at nearly $6,000, but ticket prices might decline as the game gets a little bit closer, with resellers looking to dump their seats. This will be the Chiefs' fourth bowl game in 5 years. They beat the 49ers in 2020. We know you're excited about the upcoming game. Now you can celebrate it with some extra cash. In fact, here's a chance for you to win by playing the Big Game Trivia.
Grab your phone to scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 gift card. The daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win $5,000.
Again, just scan that QR code you see right there for the Big Game Trivia question of the day. Kai Knox won yesterday's Big Game Trivia. Congratulations.
Enough will channel targeted private, philanthropic, and state resources towards communities across our states with high rates of generational child poverty.
Governor Moore announcing the Enough Act, which would work with local leaders to distribute aid to communities in need. Now, the way it works is that community leaders would draft and submit proposals on what they need to help their residents. And then the best proposals for the communities most in need would be picked for funding. As to how the program will be paid for, the governor explains that the state will cover about $15 million, while private support will handle the rest.
So we'll have certain capital that's coming from the state, and you see in our proposed budget, we have capital allocated for it. But part of the beauty of the Enough Act is it will involve the philanthropic community. That is not just going to be about state capital and deploying state capital in places that we think are best, but really working with the community, hearing from the community, and then utilizing public, private, and philanthropic capital to be able to make those impacts.
Mackenzie Frost will be in Annapolis following every step of this year's legislative session over the next 2 months, keeping up with her coverage on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
Coming up, advocates rallying in Annapolis today in support of gun safety. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will have an update from the State House with the reforms these gun violence prevention groups are hoping to pass.
There are several major revelations coming out of the trial of former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Coming up, why her ex-husband, Nick Mosby, is now saying he lied to the public.
Our temperatures chilly this morning, not as much wind for the afternoon, but we have these clouds that are kind of hanging around. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect and when that sun returns on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, January 30th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Another cold day ahead, and well, we should start feeling like it. I mean, it is getting close to February, and it's supposed to be cold anyway.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with just how cold.
Yeah, January and February, typically our coldest months of the year, and we're right in the middle of meteorological winter. We got spring around the corner, but we have all these clouds that have been hanging around through most of the morning. You can see that here from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, acting a little bit as an insulator, so our temperature's not falling as much. Most of us in the mid to upper 30s right now. Cockeysville at 35, 36 Columbia, you're at 37 in Laurel, even across the Bay Bridge in Stevensville, right over there at 37 as well. So after a chilly Tuesday morning, not as windy for the afternoon, and temperature staying near or just slightly above average. And Mr. Bowe says we're good to go. Nothing to get in your way, at least weather-wise, on the roads, with temperature staying in the upper 30s. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about some milder temperatures right as we get into the brand new month. How are we doing on the roads in the 7 o'clock hour, Tom?
Not too bad. Taking a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network, we are still following. There was an accident with multiple vehicles in 695's outer loop right at 70 in Woodlawn. It's been moved to the shoulder, and now it looks like everybody's moving along just fine. There's still a slowdown tapping your brake. Now, that was a big backup that brought all the way back up to 795. You can see still the red there. That's what's causing your delay there because of that one incident that happened miles and miles away. But everyone's starting to move, so that's some good news there. All lanes have now been opened. New this morning, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is now running for Congress. Here's a look at his campaign website. U.S. Representative Dutch Ruppersberger announced Friday he would not seek a 12th term in November. Olszewski is now running for that open seat in May 14th's primary. Olszewski has served as Baltimore County Executive since 2018.
Happening today, a rally in Annapolis for gun safety. This comes as gun violence continues to be a major concern, and just weeks after Governor Moore announced his public safety priorities. Olivia Dance is joining us live from Annapolis with a closer look at those priorities and today's rally. Olivia?
Well, that's right, Patrice. At 9:30 this morning, volunteers from the Maryland chapters of Moms Demand Action and Students Demand Action will gather just behind me here on Lawyers Mall, which is just outside of the State House there, to meet with lawmakers and advocate for gun safety measures to be passed during this current legislative session. Both groups are part of Every Town for Gun Safety's grassroots network, which is the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country. The chair and vice chair of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee are both expected to attend the rally, as well as State Comptroller Brooke Learman. The rally comes, though, just weeks after Governor Moore announced his public safety priorities. Among those priorities, increased probation for juvenile offenders.
We need to think seriously about lengthening probation for juveniles guilty of gun crimes.
Critics say the governor's plan lacks specifics, especially with juvenile crime. The groups rallying today say that Maryland has made some significant progress in recent years to strengthen gun violence prevention laws and keep communities safe. But this year, they're advocating for lawmakers to create a Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and continue funding community intervention programs. Of course, we'll have full coverage of the rally once it begins. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance. Fox 45 Morning News.
7:03 now. A major revelation in the federal trial of former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. City Council President Nick Mosby testified that he lied to reporters about a tax lien on his home to keep the truth from his wife.
And prosecutors argue Marilyn Mosby lied about that tax lien on mortgage applications for 2 vacation homes in Florida. The city council president's testimony is raising questions about how fit he is to hold the office.
Makes his credibility even worse if it's possible to think it was good in the first place.
That is not the only concerning piece of information to come out of the proceedings. Shannon Lilly joins us live with a closer look at what happened in court and what's ahead. Shannon.
Well, this trial, Patrice and Tom, is set to pick back up this morning, and we do expect to learn more either today or in the coming days about City Council President Nick Mosby's tax filings. Already, prosecutors are alleging that he repeatedly committed perjury on tax forms. In the meantime, we're learning more about that other revelation that Mosby is admitting and claiming that he lied in this press conference back in 2020 when reporters asked about the tax lien. He says the statement you're about to hear was a lie in order to keep his wife in the dark.
I said that it would be done in the coming days, and I've been able to settle.
You're admitting to having a credibility issue, and you can't have it both ways. And once you admit to having a serious credibility issue in court, it's very difficult to then say, well, I lied then, but I had a good reason for it.
Jeremy Eldridge there is an attorney who's not affiliated with this case, but he says Nick Mosby's testimony is going to make it hard for a jury to believe what he's saying. Remember, from the beginning, Marilyn Mosby's defense has been that she didn't know about the couple's $45,000 tax lien on her home in Baltimore. And under oath, Nick Mosby has been taking responsibility, telling the jury he hid the tax troubles from his wife. Photos here shown to the jury indicate the disorganized mail in the Mosby's home, and we are talking about garbage bags full of unopened mail, just giving us a glimpse, Tom, into what it may have looked like in the home.
Yeah, Shannon, you had mentioned prosecutors are alleging that Nick Mosby repeatedly committed perjury on the tax form. So what are we learning would be next about that?
Well, we're learning, Tom, that his financial woes date back almost a decade at this point. In fact, from the years of 2014 to 2018, wages were garnished to pay off student loan debt. His car got repossessed twice, and he fell behind on mortgage payments. And prosecutors also claim in the same years, Nick Mosby wrote off charitable donations as well. So again, we do expect to learn more about this either today or in the coming days as this trial continues in its third week. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
As City Council President, Nick Mosby also sits on the Board of Estimates, which approves all city contracts. Political analyst John Deedy says this testimony is going to leave voters questioning whether they can trust Mosby to handle the city's business.
All these things coming out create an extreme increase of a lack of trust because of all this that has gone on. And I think that right now, he's got to think about what's the plan 2-3 years down the road. I think voters are going to look at it in the end, and whereas they may have felt sorry for him in some respects regarding Marilyn Mosby, I think a lot of people, this trial is bringing out that really he wasn't really truthful in a lot of things regarding with the feds, regarding with Marilyn Mosby, and a variety of other things. And in many ways, he's tarnished his reputation more.
This isn't the first time revelations from the federal case against Marilyn Mosby have led to questions about whether Nick Mosby is fit to be city council president. In March 2022, federal prosecutors releasing a superseding indictment alleging that Marilyn Mosby falsely claimed to get a $5,000 gift from her husband to close on the Florida properties. Prosecutors say Nick Mosby had less than $5,000 in his checking account at the time.
When you're the city council president and you have access to millions of taxpayer dollars and you can't figure out your own finances, this opens him up to a lot of things where it could be people asking for favors in exchange for money. So this is a person that should not have access to any taxpayer dollars.
Fox 45 News pressed Mayor Scott about whether he still had confidence in Nick Mosby following that superseding indictment. He did not give us a direct answer, saying that he would let the federal investigation play out.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Given his testimony, should Nick Mosby continue to be Baltimore City Council president? So far, 70% of voters have responded no. If you'd like to weigh in, you can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. All eyes now on Washington this morning as President Biden's response to Sunday's deadly attack on a U.S. base in Jordan could push the U.S. into a larger world conflict.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we know right now. Megan.
Yeah, guys, these right here are the faces of the fallen heroes in that drone attack. Sergeant William Rivers, Specialist Kennedy Sanders, and Specialist Breonna Moffett are the three faces you see here, all from Georgia, working out of the 718th Engineer Company at Fort Moore near Columbus. Taking you live now to Capitol Hill. Yesterday, Washington's leaders reiterating a vow for retaliation for their deaths, promising a response more powerful than previous strikes in Iran and Syria, but also, guys, doubling down on efforts to hinder a broader conflict. Listen in.
We've made very, very clear from day one that we're going to defend our people, we're going to defend our personnel, we're going to defend our interests, and that's exactly what we've done. At the same time, the president's been very clear that we want to prevent broader escalation. We want to prevent this conflict from spreading. So we are intent on doing both.
At the same time, a framework for hostage releases and a possible ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is being worked out in Paris. That conflict, along with Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, all adding up, guys, to create just a charged international environment right now, with some U.S. leaders now proposing strikes on Iran. For now, we wait to see what action President Biden decides to take. We'll keep you posted as soon as we hear anything. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. House Democrats responding to the articles of impeachment brought Sunday by Republicans against Homeland Secretary Security Alejandro Mayorkas. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is calling it a sham impeachment.
House Republicans have produced no evidence that Secretary Mayorkas has committed an impeachable offense. House Republicans have produced no evidence that Secretary Mayorkas has violated the Constitution. House Republicans have produced no evidence that Secretary Mayorkas has broken the law.
Jeffrey says it's a political stunt ordered by Donald Trump and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. He accused Republicans of refusing to address challenges at the southern border for political purposes.
The articles of impeachment drafted by Republicans accuse Mayorkas of willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and breach of public trust.
Here's a look at the stories that are making your headlines this hour.
A Baltimore County woman taken hostage and stabbed 11 times. Ahead, she comes forward to tell her harrowing story. And a rise in unsolved criminal cases. Just ahead, State House lawmakers discuss and debate the increase. That's all in our State House Spotlight series. 7-Eleven, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:14, alarming statistics were recently shared in front of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee showing homicides in Maryland have increased 35% since 2012 and 64% of violent crimes reported to police in Maryland went unsolved. Joining us now for this week's State House Spotlight, Democrat State Senator Jill Carter and Republican State Senator Ryan Naraki. Senators, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Senator Carter, I want to start with you first on this. I know that you were there when you heard these statistics. What was your first take when it was announced in that chamber?
I think the numbers of unsolved violent crime, it's astounding. The numbers, we know that when there's a failure to solve crime, when crime goes unresolved, that public safety is deeply at risk. And so much of the emphasis and focus is on accountability, and making sure that people stop doing crime. Well, certainty, not severity, is the best deterrent. And so if I can, I'm just going to briefly run through. So 64% of violent crimes in Maryland reported to police not solved in 2022. 66% of those were homicides, 70% were rapes, 57% aggravated assaults, and 75% robberies. That is astounding. And so I think that the focus has to be on making sure that we close that gap, because there's essentially more crimes reported that aren't resolved than crimes that are reported. I mean, that are crimes reported that are resolved. I'm sorry.
Right. No, yeah, I got it there. Senator Naraki, the statistics here are, as you just heard Senator Carter saying, they're alarming. I mean, they're unbelievable. So it's a stop snitching culture is what others have been saying. How do we break that? How do you, as legislators, change that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the statistics are completely alarming. I think one of the ways that we need to think about looking at this is to make certain things, frankly, a crime again, or a crime for the first time, right? I mean, one of the issues that we have in the state is that you may not be aware of, Tom, is that it's not illegal to steal a handgun in the state, right? I mean, that's speaking directly to the rise in violent crime. I think there's a bill this year introduced to make that finally a felony. That should be a felony. I think we need to target things like that. You know, I represent a good chunk of Baltimore County, and we just got a briefing from the Baltimore County Police Department. And between 2021 and 2023, we've seen a 40% rise in juvenile crime under the age of 13 and a 100% increase in all juvenile crime. So something is really broken there as well inside of the juvenile system when you're seeing 100% increases there. There's a big problem going on there.
And Senator Carter, it sounds like it's going back to accountability there. You were saying certainty over accountability. One of the statistics also shared in that was the difference between just the race. If you are a black individual, your crimes are more than 50% less or will not go solved. There were some alarming statistics there.
There are, I don't actually agree 100% with Ryan with targeting a specific type of crime. If we are going to target something to do with guns, we got to target the sale, the illegal dealing of guns, the influx of guns coming into our community. But even more significantly, the reason that happens is that there's still a huge disconnect and a lack of trust between many law enforcement officers and their communities that they serve. And for example, slightly over 20% of officers that work in Baltimore, that police in Baltimore, actually live there and invest in the community.
Last question then for you, just to clear that up, Senator Carter, you said go after the sales of guns. Were you mentioning, and I want also Senator Naraki to respond to this, were you mentioning the sales of stolen guns? Or are you talking about legally sold guns?
Oh, no. We have a trafficking problem that goes unresolved in Maryland, and the large influx of guns coming from illegal black market dealing. Do you know that trafficking in Maryland is a misdemeanor?
Yeah, and that goes with what Senator Naraki was also saying. Stolen guns from a house should be higher. Is that what you're saying? You should have a higher sentence there, and that's the one bill that is now in Annapolis?
Absolutely. I think it should be a felony. If you're stealing a gun, you're doing something not good with that gun, and it should be a felony if you do that.
Senator Naraki, Senator Carter.
With the one gun at a time approach. I think we've got to deal with the mass influx.
Or what about both? Is it possible that you would be able to work in Annapolis on getting both of those situations? I mean, if it's trafficked or if it's stolen individually.
I think both, but we've got to focus on both, because one gun at a time is going to get us about this places one fentanyl pill at a time. You got to deal with the mass influx.
We're out of there. Senator Carter, Senator Naraki, thank you so much.
It is 7:19 now, and we need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, all smiles over there. He's got an easy day today. It's just going to be cold and back to you, right?
Yeah, exactly right. We're seeing a lot less wind today. That's going to be the biggest thing today. That will be different than yesterday. Yes, those clouds are going to be with us for most of the day. You can see from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, calm conditions over the Inner Harbor. And in our weather headlines, upper 30s right now. We're on our way to the mid 40s and definitely not as windy today. Those temperatures staying slightly near or even just a little bit above average today and tomorrow, with milder temperatures as we get into February. We do have this weather maker that is in the Great Lakes region. This is called a Clipper system coming out of Canada. We'll be passing to our south and west as we head into tonight and tomorrow morning. So we may get a few sprinkles, maybe in a flake or two flying. Really for western Maryland is where you'll see the biggest impact from that next weather maker rolling through. As the kids get out to the bus stop this morning, though, beep, beep, make sure they're bundled up, ready to go, with upper 30s this hour, lower 40s for noontime and recess. And when you get the kids this afternoon at the bus stop, we're looking at temps mainly in the mid 40s. A cool afternoon with those clouds staying around. Hank the Bird, good morning to you. Yeah, he's excited about all the fun things that are taking place here in Baltimore, as always. Upper 30s here through 9 a.m. on your Bird is the Wordcast, and we'll be back into the 40s later this afternoon. So check in the temperatures in your neighborhood. A lot of upper 30s and lower 40s for Westminster, Eldersburg, up in the Hereford zone. 43 in Towson, Lutherville, and Timonium today. 42 for you in Perry Hall and White Marsh. Late January is typically where we are, and we're going to see 30s and 40s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., even close to 50 in Richmond today. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, green lights for the most part. Again, a stray flake or sprinkle may roll through late tonight into early tomorrow morning, but we're not tracking a lot of rain, staying on the dry side of things. There's the system right there coming out of the Ohio River Valley tonight. Notice you can see some of the blue right there, so the western mountains may get a bit of some snow early tomorrow morning along the Alleghanies, but by the time we get into Wednesday afternoon, clouds stay with us. Thursday, we'll finally see some sunshine, and that's going to be the warmest day. And then there's another cold front coming through Thursday night into Friday. That's going to drop our temperatures just a bit as we head into the weekend. Groundhog Day coming up on Friday, and then as we head into your first weekend of February, notice those temperatures hanging out in the lower 50s for the most part, but we do stay dry. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. In the wake of the Ravens' loss to the Chiefs, we are talking about how to deal with defeat. Coming up at the end of this hour, we're speaking with an expert on how individuals and teams can handle and move on from failure. 7:22 is your time. Well, 7:25, and you can spice up your life with some Charm City flavor.
Mark Clark is live at Plantation Park Heights with the community-supported agricultural program to pepper your life with goods. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. We're at the Urban Farm. Of course, our family's here, and we're talking about peppers. And we got, what do we have here? Now, these are beautiful, by the way, and you guys specialize in peppers.
We do. Here at Plantation Park Heights, we have our Scotch bonnet peppers, we have our fish peppers, and we have our Trinidad pimento peppers.
I love it. So, okay, now, I know I'm going to you, Dimples. Now, which is the hottest of the pepper? Now, this is actually tied to the rich history from the islands, right?
Yes, so the Scotch bonnet would be the spiciest pepper. The Trinidad pimento would be next up, and then that amazing Harsh Pippin fish pepper.
Fish pepper?
Yeah, the fish pepper, which is native and grown here in the DMV by our ancestors. Just check out Mr. Harsh Pippin's story, and you'll find out all about the fish pepper and the Trinidad pimento.
Now, I've been told these are really hot, guys. I don't know. I don't know if I should do it or not.
Do it.
Should I do it? You say no?
I'll send you the fish pepper.
Don't do it.
Don't.
Yeah, okay. Why not? Why not? Why not?
No, well, keep talking. And
medic! Someone help me!
Get some milk. Don't get
Yeah, look at that.
Starting to fire.
My God.
Water! Someone!
Oh, boy.
Maybe it for Mark today.
Right. So no more So Baltimore hits. This guy, and look, he hasn't stopped chugging. The Scotch bonnet is no joke. All right, let's let him recuperate. If you want more information about the Urban Farm and not about just down in that pepper like that, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Don't they use the Scotch bonnet in some of the pepper sprays too? I mean, to sprays make people stop breathing?
I believe so. I like spice, but that's even a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah, straight bite. All right, well, coming up, we had a chilly start this morning, but Mark's nice and warm right now. Woo. Things are rising to more milder temperatures in the 40s ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has more on how temperatures may be dropping this weekend.
A woman who was stabbed multiple times during a standoff is sharing her story. Coming up next, she tells us about her ex's mental health struggles and his murder confessions. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to head right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, talking about the crisp morning ahead.
Yeah. It is a little bit crisp out there, isn't it?
Sure.
You would know.
Yeah, I was just trying to do the math in my head because I know the total solar eclipse is coming up, and I got excited about that because I put it in my phone yesterday for the countdown, and then I forgot the days. Because it's very close. It's April 8th, so we're excited. At least I'm excited for that. Now, it's cloudy today. That would not be a good day for said eclipse, but our Towson camera, not too bad. Mile 1 auto group cam, and our temps are in the 30s for Westminster and Bel Air at 34, 38, Baltimore City 39, your temp in Annapolis right now. So out for a run or a jog next few hours, maybe an extra layer because temps are going to stay in the 30s, and we'll top out today and tomorrow for the most part in the mid 40s, even though we keep those clouds around both days. Thursday, we expect to see more sunshine and temps that will slide in the low and mid 50s. Should be a very, very nice afternoon on Thursday. Back with your full forecast, including a look ahead and that first weekend of February. We'll talk about that coming up.
7:31, we have new details in Project Baltimore investigation that found a 15-year-old rapist was allowed to attend a Baltimore City public high school.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps reports, a second mother has now come forward saying that same teen also victimized her daughter.
How in the world does this happen? When Project Baltimore broke the news, for many, it was shocking.
Are we going to allow convicted rapists to attend public schools?
My God. A 15-year-old convicted rapist taking classes inside of a Baltimore City school.
And guess what? Parents and students were not made aware that a rapist was in the school, even though he's a convicted rapist.
For many, it was simply hard to believe.
I'm very angry. Very.
But this mother already knew.
This has consumed me. It's impacted my relationships with family, friends, my job.
Because she says the same 15-year-old Patterson student sexually abused her daughter.
You knew what he did. He confessed, and then you agreed to put him back in school? Like, what were you thinking?
Project Baltimore is not identifying this woman to protect her child, but she's the second mother to speak with us.
Yep, yes.
Two women who say their daughters were victimized by the same teen.
I wouldn't wish what we have gone through on my worst enemy.
The first case went to court in December. The 15-year-old entered a plea in Harford County Court to a second-degree rape charge involving a 3-year-old relative. He was given probation and counseling, while ordered to have no unsupervised contact with children under 15. In January, the 15-year-old, now convicted rapist, returned to class at Patterson with nearly 1,300 other students. The public was not alerted because he's a juvenile.
You want to protect one child versus the well-being and safety of 1,300 others. I'm not understanding how that's okay.
Especially now that we know there's a second alleged victim. According to court documents obtained by Project Baltimore, the charges came down in September for an incident that happened in April 2022 in Baltimore County, when the alleged victim was 2 years old and the accused assailant was 13. Now he's 15 and facing multiple charges, including second-degree rape, sex abuse, and second-degree assault battery in the Baltimore County case.
Remember, the now 15-year-old already pleaded to a second-degree rape charge in another case in Harford County in December. So what this means is when the 15-year-old returned to Patterson High School, he wasn't just a convicted rapist. He was also facing an additional rape charge in a second case.
When recommending probation for this 15-year-old sex offender, which allowed him back into school, the Department of Juvenile Services was allowed to consider the pending charges in Baltimore County. But Fox 45 cannot confirm if DJS knew about the second case.
I just can't wrap my head around it. He should have gone to jail.
because he confessed to that, but instead it just seems like he got a slap on the wrist, and I don't think that's right. And it seems like the law is on his side.
Under state law, a juvenile sex offender who is not on the registry cannot be barred from attending school in person, except in certain cases. Baltimore City Schools told Fox 45 in a statement that in order to remove the student from the school, the district has to follow specific legal protocols and provide specific evidence of an imminent threat of serious harm to the health and safety of other students and staff.
It's like, you can't make that up.
This mother says a teenager with one rape victim and an alleged second victim should be considered a threat of serious harm to students at Patterson.
Now this is two families whose lives are forever changed. Like this, you know, doesn't just impact the people that it happened to. It's so much bigger than that.
Project Baltimore has been reaching out to lawmakers about this 15-year-old rapist who is taking classes inside a Maryland public school. In the coming days, we will show you their plans and how one lawmaker has already taken action. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Well, continuing our coverage this morning, a Baltimore County woman shares her story of survival after an admitted killer held her hostage, stabbed her 11 times during a 24-hour standoff. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with more on the story that you're seeing first on Fox and how that woman says one persistent thought helped her stay alive. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom, Amelia Earhart says she just kept thinking about her kids, and that's what kept her alive. But as you mentioned, during an hours-long standoff, she was stabbed 11 times. The man responsible, 31-year-old Antonio Hart. But Amelia says the man who stabbed her wasn't the man she knew.
So let's talk about mental health.
Mm-hmm.
You said there's two people you knew, Antonio Hart and Rambo.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference?
Antonio Hart is a very loving person. He is the most loyal person you could ever meet.
Who was Rambo?
Rambo was evil.
Get the hostage negotiator here right now.
Rambo was angry.
Yeah, Rambo. I'm going out with a bang.
I think for black men, they're very stubborn with their mental health.
Amelia says one thing weighing heavy on Antonio's mind, confessing to several murders, including a 2010 murder that Sterling Matthews is currently serving 115 years for.
Bad hurt me till my heart. Sterling Matthews doing a life sentence behind the dog.
It wasn't until we were sitting in the house that he was confessing to me about it. And it was him. He had the Hellraiser mask. And it was just at that time there was like a no snitch rule, and Sterling, he held his loyalty and took that charge.
Now, Sterling Matthews is only 13 years into his 115-year sentence, but his attorney is hoping that Antonio Hart's video confession will lead to a new trial. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Coming up, possible signs that you should get a cancer screening. Ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we may have more on when you should see a professional.
And colder temperatures today, but milder numbers on the way later this week. Stay with us for more in meteorologist Justin Chambers' full Weather Authority forecast. 7:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
7:41 is your time right now. We're just 19 minutes away from 8 o'clock. It's Hump Day Eve, so almost to the middle of the week. The final Hump Day of January is around the corner. We have a lot of clouds that are hanging around right now. Our temperatures also are in the 30s for most of us. Not as cold as we typically are, especially with that cloud cover. 38 Baltimore City, 36 Dundalk, Essex, and Middle River, 38 for you in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So overall in your 3 TCAS, 45 today. We're back to the mid-30s tonight, and same thing tomorrow with more of those mid-40s. A lot less wind for the next couple of days, so that'll be the nice thing. But we do have some more sun on the way and warmer temperatures. We'll talk more about that in just a few minutes.
Coming up, a $2 billion crypto scheme. Ahead, we have more on who the Bitcoin beauty is and the charges she's facing. And how to manage professional failure. After the break, we're diving into loss. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Obviously disappointed. That's to be expected when you don't win the whole thing, but just proud to be around a group of men like this.
You know, sometimes you fall short, and it's a lesson into that of falling short. So I think we'll do a great job of learning from those mistakes and getting back to where we need to be.
It's a tough pill to swallow as the Ravens fall in the AFC Championship to the Kansas City Chiefs, but now they have to come to terms with their defeat and look to next season. But how do you get past the disappointment and emotion of an experience and on to a place where you can plan for better outcomes in the future? Rob Weinhold, crisis leadership expert with Foster & Group, is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
And unfortunately, we have the Ravens loss to play off of. But really, this is a question that leaders face every day, whether you're a leader in a business, leader in your house. Sometimes things don't go the way you planned. So how do you bounce back? What's the first step?
We all fail, right?
Yeah.
But I always say fail forward. So what does that mean? Well, take time to absorb it. We're human beings. It's okay to have emotion around it. So take time to absorb and embrace the failure because it really is a springboard for growth. But the high-performing leaders and organizations, they come together and they have a post-event meeting, a hot wash if you call it. And they really create an environment where there's a lot of psychological safety and people can speak authentically and get to the brutal truth and the root cause of why the failure occurred. So whether you're the Baltimore Ravens, SpaceX, or a trauma team that lost a patient, high-performing teams do that.
So let me ask you this. Losing is hard. You're in an emotional place. Is there a cooling off period before you start to do that assessment, or do you just jump right into that?
I think the cooling off period, the shorter, the better. Let's get back on the horse, so to speak. But some people need 30 seconds, some 3 minutes, some 30 years, and they never get over it, right? But the high performers have a way of coming back to the table and saying, listen, it stung, but we need to do a lot of introspection here to figure out what went wrong so we don't make the same mistake again. And creating that environment's really, really important, because once you're able to go ahead and create and find the brutal truth and root causes, as we've talked about, then you adapt. You get more technology, you hire the right resources, you develop a different operating plan so you have a different outcome. And by the way, I mean, the Ravens are in a great position because, listen, 48 hours ago, they were not as smart as they are now from an experiential standpoint, and that will carry over into the future.
And that's the growth mindset, and we teach that to kids. You know, you failed. You're not gonna win at everything, but it's how you then proceed.
It's one of the secrets of resilient leadership. Take responsibility, embrace the lessons learned, and continue to shoot for the moon.
So maybe it didn't happen in this particular case, but what do you do when you worked hard, you've planned, you've executed, you've done everything you think you were supposed to do, and you still fail?
You've done everything you think you're supposed to do, but there's always variables in life that you can control and some that you can't. We'll account for those. But if you've done everything you can and you left it all on the field, you should never look in the mirror with regret. It wasn't your time, but it doesn't mean your moment's not, isn't around the corner, because it probably is if you keep working hard.
I like that for the Ravens for next season.
Yes, me too. I'm optimistic.
Rob, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast. Fail forward. I like that.
I like that too. That's a good spot. Good information. Rob's always got some excellent wisdom here. Our live cam here from Towson this morning. Lots of clouds continuing to stay with us. We saw those clouds around for most of the day yesterday. Pretty quiet up and down the East Coast, so we're not tracking any rainfall or snow. And you can see that area of low pressure over the Great Lakes. That is going to actually be driving down. Part of that system will make its way to the south and to the east, and will mainly stay to the west of us here in Baltimore, but western Maryland could pick up a few snow showers as that system moves a little bit closer. Over the next 12 hours, our temperatures climbing to the low and mid 40s, very similar to where we ended up yesterday afternoon. The big difference today, a lot less wind, so not the blustery conditions, still on the chilly side, but pretty close to average. Our average high is now actually up to 44. That'll update here in just a little bit, but we've now passed the coldest point meteorologically of the year, and we're on our way to meteorological spring, just over a month away from right now. Low to mid and upper 40s across central Maryland for the eastern shore, across the Bay Bridge, 42 Columbia, 43 in Laurel, right about 45 in Baltimore City, 44 in the district with lower 40s down to Ocean City, almost 50 in Richmond for this afternoon, in western Maryland, right about 40 degrees. Overall today, pilots, not a bad day to fly, definitely a lot less wind, and we're seeing mainly VFR conditions. We may slide into MVFR at a time, but overall, we'll see those ceilings high enough to get those VFR flights in. Our temperature tracker looks like this: 40s today and tomorrow. Notice Thursday and Friday, we slide into the low and mid 50s, some milder air right as we approach February. And even this weekend will be a little bit cooler, but still staying in that above average category. So here comes that system. You can see on the left side of your screen coming out of the Ohio River Valley, really impacting the Alleghenies, the mountain regions. Could see a few of those showers. Some of those may try to make it over tomorrow morning into our region. So don't be surprised if you get a sprinkle or two and maybe a flake flying around. Other than that, not much. Thursday looks great. A lot more sunshine. Here comes that cold front Thursday afternoon into Friday. We'll see those conditions be a little bit cooler as we approach the weekend. But for the most part, we're staying pretty dry. And speaking of the Ravens, Wendy B sent me this picture from Glen Burnie. Look at Teddy right there with the Ravens blanket and the Lamar jersey on and good to go. So thank you for that. Teddy's a sweet looking puppy. Always love getting your pet pics, whatever they're wearing. If you want Valentine's pet pics, spring pet pics, Ravens pet pics, it's all good. Just send them to me, jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. 54, the warmest day of the week will be Thursday, Groundhog Day, just a little cooler. And then as we get into the weekend, those temps drop a bit as well.
Thank you, Justin. Coming up, Are you ready to play the Feud? That's right, we have got Family Feud contestants in studio. We have their journey to the Family Quiz Show.
And with January heading out the door, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. Ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we've got a Valentine's Day cooking class that will impress your significant other. That looked good, what that was.
And if you don't have the cooking skills to impress in the kitchen, a good cup of coffee could just be as good.
Okay, let's take
Welcome to the Neuralink product demo. I'm really excited to show you what we've got. I think it's going to blow your mind.
Neuralink implants its first brain chip in a human. Elon Musk, the founder of Neuralink, says the first human patient is recovering well from the surgery. Now, while no information was given about the patient, the company announced in September that it was looking for participants who suffer from quadriplegia.
Now, Musk also says initial results from the surgery show promising neuron spike detection, which shows the technology is likely finding signals inside the patient's brain. The company will now monitor how long the chip can function properly in the brain and if that patient will become a superhero. Just kidding. Happening now, Love is in the Air. Next Level Chef and Farmer Wants a Wife are back for new seasons on Fox 45, and we are getting you ready for Valentine's Day to celebrate.
The best part is you don't have to be a chef or a farmer to win.
You just have to tell us your recipe for love. It's the Fox 45 Love at First Bite contest. And if you want to woo a love interest, maybe spread love around Baltimore, Fox 45 Morning News viewer with the winning idea receive $2,500 to spend as they wish.
Head to foxbaltimore.com/contest to enter and watch Next Level Chef, followed by Farmer Wants a Wife Thursday nights on Fox 45. Coming up, milder temperatures on the way as we head into February. Stay tuned for more on what we can expect for the rest of this week.
And this morning, we're down on the farm in Park Heights. That's right, urban farming. We'll talk about it, tell you how you can get some of this delicious urban farm vegetables and fruits and all that kind of stuff coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all
Marylanders rallying for gun safety, the goal mothers and students have when they arrive in Annapolis to speak with lawmakers.
There are several major revelations coming in the trial of former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Coming up, why her ex-husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, says he lied to the public.
Got a lot of cloud cover out there, and that's how it's going to be through the day today. But some changes this afternoon that will make it a little easier to be outdoors.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, January 30th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. It's a cold January morning, pretty relative to what we normally feel this time of year.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here looking at the forecast.
Yeah, in about 58 days from opening day for your Baltimore Orioles. It'll be on a Thursday afternoon at the end of March. So we're at the end of January right now, basically 2 months away from some baseball here in Charm City. And yeah, it's a January morning. These clouds are hanging around as they have been most of the morning. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam showing us those cloudy skies. Statewide, our temps are in the 20s in western Maryland, 35 Cumberland, 37 Hagerstown and Westminster, right about 38 in Baltimore City, and almost 40 as you wake up with us in Annapolis. So mostly cloudy skies, not as windy today, and those temperatures staying near average. Notice over the next couple of hours, temperatures will climb, but steadily we'll eventually get to the low to mid 40s as we take you through midday today. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
All right, taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we look at some of the cameras across the Baltimore region. And right now, Pretty smooth sailing. You're starting to see volume pick up in some areas, like the top right of your screen, 695 at Harford Road, but no incidents to report.
New this morning, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is running for Congress. Here is a look at his campaign website. U.S. Representative Dutch Ruppersberger announced Friday that he would not be seeking a 12th term in November. Olszewski is now running for that seat in the May 14th primary. He has served as the Baltimore County Executive since 2018. Happening today, a rally in Annapolis for gun safety. This comes as gun violence continues to be a major concern and just weeks after Governor Moore announced his public safety priorities.
Olivia Dance is joining us live from Annapolis with a closer look at the priorities and today's rally. Olivia.
You know, that's right, Megan and Patrice. In just a little bit at 9:30 this morning, volunteers from the Maryland chapters of Moms Demand Action and Students Demand Action will gather just behind me here on the Lawyers Mall, which is just outside of the State House there, to meet with lawmakers and advocate for gun safety measures to be passed during this current legislative session. Both groups are part of Everytown for Gun Safety's grassroots network, which is the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country. The chair and vice chair of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee are both expected to attend the rally, as well as State Comptroller Brooke Learman. Now, the rally comes just weeks after Governor Moore announced his public safety priorities. Among those priorities, increased probation for juvenile offenders.
We need to think seriously about lengthening probation for juveniles guilty of gun crimes.
Critics say the governor's plan lacks specifics, especially with juvenile crime, but the groups rallying today say that Maryland has made significant progress in recent years to strengthen gun violence prevention laws and keep communities safe. But this year, they're advocating for lawmakers to create a Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and continue funding community intervention programs. Of course, we'll have full coverage of the rally once it begins. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
8:03 now. A major revelation in the federal trial of former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. City Council President Nick Mosby testified that he lied to reporters about a tax lien on his home to keep the truth from his wife.
Prosecutors argue that Marilyn Mosby lied about that tax lien on mortgage applications for 2 vacation homes in Florida. The City Council President's testimony is raising questions about how fit he is to hold that office.
Makes his credibility even worse if it's possible to think it was good in the first place.
That's not the only concerning piece of information to come out of the proceedings. Shannon Lilly joins us live with a closer look at what happened in court and what's ahead. Shannon.
Well, this trial, Patrice and Megan, is set to pick back up this morning, and we do expect to learn more information either today or in the coming days about City Council President Nick Mosby's tax filings. Already, the prosecution is alleging that he repeatedly committed perjury on tax forms. Meanwhile, back to that other revelation, Mosby is now admitting that he lied to reporters back in this 2020 press conference when asked about the tax lien. He says the statement you're about to hear was a lie in order to keep his wife in the dark.
I said that it would be done in the coming days, and I've been able to settle.
You're admitting to having a credibility issue, and you can't have it both ways. And once you admit to having a serious credibility issue in court, it's very difficult to then say, well, I lied then, but I had a good reason for it.
So Jeremy Eldridge there is an attorney who's not affiliated with this case, but he says Nick Mosby's testimony will make it hard for a jury to believe what he's saying. From the beginning, remember, Marilyn Mosby's defense has been that she didn't know about the couple's $45,000 tax lien on her home in Baltimore. And under oath, Nick Mosby has been taking responsibility, telling the jury that he hid the tax troubles from his wife. Photos here shown to the jury indicate the disorganized mail in the Mosby's home. And we are talking garbage bags of unopened mail, just giving us a glimpse, Megan and Patrice, into what it may have looked like in the home.
Shannon, you mentioned prosecutors are alleging Nick Mosby repeatedly committed perjury on tax forms. What do we know about that?
Well, we're learning, Megan, that Mosby's tax woes or financial woes, they span back a decade. In fact, starting in 2014 to 2018, wages were garnished to pay off student loan debt. His car got repossessed twice, and he fell behind on mortgage payments. Prosecutors also claim in the same years, Nick Mosby wrote off charitable donations as well. So again, we expect to learn more about this either today or in the coming days in this trial, as this trial is now in its third week. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Federal lawmakers balancing retaliation for American lives lost and not sparking a larger conflict in the Middle East. The many conflicts creating a charged international environment right now.
She calls herself the Bitcoin Beauty, and she's pled guilty in a nearly $2 billion cryptocurrency scheme, the role she played that could have her serving up to 5 years in prison.
Temperatures in the 30s right now as we get out and about for your Tuesday morning. We'll be talking about what we can expect as we head toward the brand new month coming up.
And before we head to break, we've got to look at your Len Stoller traffic network here. Looking at a little bit of a slowdown on 695. As you can see, that's on the top of your screen. No incidents causing it, just the normal volume here. It's 8:07 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local. $8:10, and it's time to get a check of our forecast.
That's right. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what we're in store for.
Yeah,
you good?
National Croissant Day today. We talked about it a while ago, and I don't know if Megan was in the building or not, but croissants they don't come from France. They come from Austria. So that's where they were invented back in the 13th century. So enjoy a croissant this morning with us. I love those croissant breakfast sandwiches. Jimmy Dean's. Oh, yeah. All right, there are the stadiums right there, guys. We just mentioned a little while ago that the O's back at it in just about 2 months from right now, right there at Camden Yards. And we know the Ravens will be back at it. We'll have exhibition games coming up in August. Our jogging cast, temperatures in the mid to upper 30s here for the next few hours. So if you do want to get out for a run or a jog this morning, maybe just an extra layer. We're going to stay cloudy today with temperatures in the 40s, but not as windy. That's the big thing today. That will be a lot better than how it was yesterday. We'll talk about some even warmer numbers as we get closer to February in just a few. Megan?
I like that. Thank you, Justin. Well, the Ravens go their separate ways until next season. The words from players as they cleaned out their lockers and the changes this team could see heading into that 2024 season. And this season isn't done yet. Coming up, the factors making Super Bowl 58 one of the most expensive football fans have ever seen. It's 8:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All eyes on Washington this morning as President Biden's response to Sunday's deadly attack on a U.S. base in Jordan could push the U.S. into a larger world conflict.
Let's get right over to Tom Rogers in our live center with what we know. Tom.
Yeah, these are the fallen heroes. Sergeant William Rivers, Specialist Kennedy Sanders, and Specialist Brianna Moffitt, all from Georgia, working out of the 718th Engineer Company at Fort Moore, right near Columbus. 34 others were injured. The base, known as Tower 22, sits right near the demilitarization zone on the border between Jordan and Syria. Taking you live now to Capitol Hill. Yesterday, Washington's leaders reiterating a vow for retaliation, promising a response more powerful than previous strikes in Iran and Syria, but also doubling down on efforts to hinder a broader conflict.
We've made very, very clear from day one that we're going to defend our people, we're going to defend our personnel, we're going to defend our interests, and that's exactly what we've done. At the same time, the President's been very clear that we want to prevent broader escalation. We want to prevent this conflict from spreading. So we are intent on doing both.
Well, at the same time, a framework for hostage releases and possible ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is being worked out in Paris. That conflict, along with the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, all adding up to create a highly charged international environment, with some U.S. leaders now promising strikes on Iran. Now, we just wait and see what action President Biden takes, if any. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice.
It is 8:16 now. It is a cold start to the morning, and we need to see what the rest of the day is looking like.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with those answers. Some cloud.
Yeah, and remember, you know, we were pretty darn cold last week. We were in the get up in the teens, so mid to upper 30s. Mid to upper 30s is not too bad. Here's a look at our live cam in Towson. Look closely, and you can see that green grass. I definitely noticed that in our neighborhood the other day because I was like, yeah, we had all that snow and it finally melted away. We've got some good moisture. We are well above average to start the year of 2024. So that's good news for our drought situation. Hopefully that means we're going to have a nice fresh spring. Upper 30s currently in Towson. A little easterly wind, about 7 to 10 miles an hour, and a lot less wind today, so it won't feel as cold for the afternoon. Up and down the East Coast, pretty quiet conditions. The only real weather maker is this system in the Great Lakes region, bringing some snow showers to Detroit, all the way down through Indianapolis as rain showers. And that same system will make a run at us late tonight into early tomorrow morning. But golfers getting out there hitting the links on our forecast. Maybe still a little squishy with the ground a bit wet out there, but we're looking at upper 30s next hour and 40s as we take you into the afternoon, and really no wind to speak of for today. High temperatures across your neighborhood in Carroll and Baltimore counties in the low to mid 40s for most of us today, near or slightly above average. Friends on the eastern shore, 44 in Easton there in Talbot County, 43 Centerville, 41 Rock Hall and Chester for your high this afternoon. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, green lights on your car wash cast. Tomorrow morning, we may see a few sprinkles, maybe a flake or two flying around with that system coming through, but really not tracking much in the way of actual rain, which is why it's probably okay to get the cars cleaned up. Here's our future scan. So staying dry today. You can see those clouds hanging out over the mid-Atlantic region. There's that system passing to the west, and it'll pick up a few showers there in parts of western Maryland late tonight into early tomorrow morning. And again, a few of those may try to make their way to us here in the Chesapeake Bay region. But by the time we get to Thursday, notice we are going to see some more sunshine. Should be the nicest day of the week. And then there's another cold front that will be dry, a dry cold front coming through on Friday and Saturday. That drops our temperatures a little bit as we head toward the weekend. Just 3 days out until Groundhog Day. 2 weeks from tomorrow is Valentine's Day, and we spring forward that time change in just 40 days from right now. Look at Leapin' Larry right there. He's good to go on St. Patty's Day. It's on a Sunday this year, so 47 days away from that. And yeah, we got Stuart the Groundhog right there. Just give me that side eye, but either way, that happens on Friday. And then lower 50s on Saturday and Sunday, but we do stay dry for the first weekend of the new month.
All right, well, let's look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and see what we're dealing with on the roads. We're tracking an accident now. This is in Crownsville, 97 heading southbound. The right shoulder is closed. Doesn't look like from that shot there that it's causing too much of an interference on the roads, but just something to be mindful of.
The Ravens packed up their bags and belongings at the team's facility in Owings Mills yesterday as their season has now come to an end.
The team goes their separate ways now until next season as they head into the offseason. Players saying it's not an easy reality to accept.
Obviously disappointed. That's to be expected when you don't win the whole thing, but just proud to be around a group of men like this.
You know, sometimes you fall short, and it's a lesson into that of falling short. So I think we'll do a great job of learning from those mistakes and getting back to where we need to be.
Well, this Ravens roster will likely undergo some changes in the offseason. The same could also be true for John Harbaugh's coaching staff. Defensive coordinator Mike McDonald is up for the 2 remaining head coaching jobs, Seattle and Washington. And now that the Ravens season is over, McDonald can interview in person and will do so for the Seahawks and the Commanders openings.
The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
All right, as for Super Bowl 58, the nation is looking ahead to less than 2 weeks from now when the Kansas City Chiefs, blah, 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 will take on the San Francisco 49ers.
So these two teams, they played together in Super Bowl 54 at the end of the 2019-2020 season. A Chiefs victory, by the way, there. This year's big game already proving to be one of the most expensive. The get-in prices, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, just to get a seat. $8,000.
That's ridiculously
It seems high, and it is high. It's 51% more expensive than the get-in price of Super Bowl this time last year.
According to StubHub, the most expensive ticket listed more than $85,000. Now, they say it comes with a VIP package, but I'm curious what that package would include for $85,000 bucks. All right, well, with the Super Bowl being hosted in Vegas, that too could drive up prices since it's a major tourist destination. The game set for Sunday, February 11th, with kickoff slated for 6:30 p.m. Well, you can celebrate the upcoming big game with some extra cash.
You'll need it.
Here's the chance. I don't even know if this is going to put a dent in if you're trying to get to the game. You can win by playing the big game trivia.
So grab your phone, scan that QR code that you see there for your chance to win a $100 gift card. Maybe get you some snacks at the game. Play the big game trivia. Yeah, get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of that $100 gift card. The daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win $5,000. Now we're talking.
Well, again, just scan the QR code to get the big game trivia question of the day. Kai Knotts won yesterday's big game trivia.
To it, and that's it.
Running to raise awareness. Coming up in our next hour, the cause that's getting thousands of Americans across the country to run a mile in their underwear.
Coming up, we'll tell you how you can invest in a farm and also get your own box of goodies. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
fresh fruits and veggies grown right here in Charm City.
Mark Clark is live at Plantation Park Heights Urban Farm with how you can be part of a CSA. Mark, tell us more.
That's right. What is a CSA? What's your name, beautiful?
Lisa Wheeler-Duff from Oak Spring Farm.
Lisa Wheeler-Duff. So we want to know what a CSA is and how people can participate.
Okay, community-sponsored agriculture. You buy in, you participate in a subscription program, and you get all this gorgeous vegetables. You get eggs, cheese, if you're with our farm, bread, meat. You can choose from all different stuff.
I love it. So really, and it's kind of, everybody's helping each other out, right?
That's right.
It's kind of an investment.
It's an investment, that's right.
In the farm, but also
in
you get these wonderful products.
That's right. In local agriculture and in your health.
We were just talking off the air about, we've both agreed, Lisa and I are going to live to be at least 100. And so it starts with the fresh fruits and vegetables, right?
That's right. Nutrient dense. We're certified organic. It's the best stuff you can put in your body and feed your family.
Doesn't it feel like more people are on this now, at least? It seems like people are more interested.
Oh, yeah. This is the thing. You want to feel connected. You want to be part of your community. And you want to stay healthy. CSA is the way to go.
Well, thank you for your time. Thank you for your, and of course, I'll be taking these. Okay, guys, see you later.
Are you kidding me?
See you later.
It's spinach. We have our salad mix. This is
Mark's heading out with all the food.
And
all right.
This is our dinner, Patrice. We're talking about what we're going to have. This is it.
This is it.
All right. We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. They're having a good time out there.
Well, it's a week for good eats all around. Coming up in our next half hour, some of the dining deals you can get during Winter Restaurant Week.
The sun's coming up on this Tuesday. When will temperatures do the same? Meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast. 8:27 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Tuesday, January 30th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly how cold it will feel when you step outside.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has those answers.
Cloud cover has been around for most of the morning. We've been hanging out in the mid to upper 30s. It hasn't been that bad. It is January, but we're not talking about the wind today, so a lot less wind. And you can see the calm conditions right there. A little bit of that wind blowing that steam out of that smokestack there just to the south of the stadiums. And we are looking at temperatures that are going to hang out in the 30s here for most of the morning. Mostly cloudy skies, not as windy today. Temperatures will stay near average for this time of year. So overall, we're going to top out about 45 today, 46 tomorrow. We do keep clouds around today and tomorrow, but by Thursday, we expect to see some more sunshine and also temps that will climb to the low and mid 50s. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. Now your Len Stoller Traffic Network still following a road closure in Landover Hills, Maryland's 450. And it's due to a police investigation, as you can see here. It's causing some slowdowns, though, on the east side. There's also one just south of the city, 95 northbound, right at exit 53, Ripken Way. There's police blocking the road there. It looks like they have two big pieces of equipment there. There's also what we're seeing is right near 895 south, Maryland 151. There's a collision. There's two vehicles involved there, and that's causing it to slow down. And then one other one is 95 northbound, right near 43 in White Marsh. It just says others, but there's also a delay there.
This has consumed me. It's impacted my relationships with family, friends, my job. You knew what he did. He confessed, and then you agreed to put him back in school? Like, what were you thinking?
New details now on a Project Baltimore investigation that found a 15-year-old rapist was allowed to attend a Baltimore City public high school.
Earlier this morning, we brought you Chris Papp's report that a second mother has now come forward saying the same teen also victimized her daughter. Chris is joining us now this morning. Chris, good morning. First of all, how are Baltimore City schools reacting to this second mother now coming forward?
Well, pretty much, Megan, in the same way that they reacted to the first mother who came forward. So Baltimore City Schools is saying, listen, we're following state law, and we have to follow state law very strictly if we are going to try to get this 15-year-old rapist out of the Baltimore City School, which is Patterson High School. And just break this down just a little bit for viewers so they understand it. You have a 15-year-old student who's attending Patterson High School in Baltimore City. In late December, that student pleaded to a second-degree rape charge in Harford County. 3 months earlier, that student was charged also with second-degree rape, amongst other charges, in Baltimore County. He lives in Baltimore City. So you have a student who pleaded to second-degree rape, a student who has been charged with second-degree rape in a second case with a second young girl, still allowed to go back into a public school in Baltimore City, sit with 1,300 other students at Patterson High School, and none of them are made aware of what's going on. When we first reported this, clearly a lot of people just don't understand, they're shocked. But it's the way the state laws are written that allowed this to happen. So we have gone to state lawmakers. We have asked them if they think it's appropriate, if they think it's safe, if they think that sex offenders, rapists, should be in school with other students. And in the coming days, we're going to give you their responses. We talked to Governor Wes Moore. We talked to Luke Clippinger, who's a delegate in Baltimore City, very powerful head of the Judiciary Proceedings Committee in Annapolis, and we've talked to some other people as well. And we're gonna bring you what they say. Is this something that we want to continue to happen in the state of Maryland?
Yeah, Chris, a lot of the questions are surrounding this. How did they get involved with these other two people in Harford and Baltimore County when they were in Baltimore City, the connection there? And then is there anything that the school district can do in the short term to keep the convicted rapist out of school but still get educated, and any other consequences that could follow?
Sure. I mean, there are other avenues. You guys remember a few years ago, we reported on the Parkville situation with Santino Sudano. He was a 21-year-old convicted sex offender who was attending in person Parkville High School in Baltimore County. Well, after Project Baltimore exposed that, the Maryland legislature changed the law. And they said, listen, if you are a convicted sex offender, as an adult, you cannot attend the general population of a school. The school has to make other plans to educate you, which you are entitled to have by the Constitution. Virtual learning, homeschooling, things like that. Well, that didn't apply to juveniles. And in this case, it's a juvenile. It's a 15-year-old. So that's why he was able to go back into the school. Now, our understanding from Baltimore City Schools is that they put effort in to try to get this student out of the school. But there's a lot of legal loopholes. Loophole might not be the right word. There's a lot of legal processes that they have to go through in order to do that. But that student could go into virtual learning, still give him the education he's constitutionally allowed to have, homeschooling, alternative education programs, those things exist. Does this student need to be in the general population with 1,300 other kids who have no idea who they're sitting in class with? Now, that's the question that Maryland's going to have to answer.
We'll be waiting. Chris, thank you.
Continuing coverage this morning, a Baltimore County woman shares her story of survival after an admitted killer held her hostage, stabbed her 11 times during a 24-hour standoff.
Olivia Dance joining us live with more on a story that you are seeing first on Fox and how the woman says one persistent thought helps her stay alive. Olivia.
You know, Megan, Erica Hart said that she just kept thinking about her kids, and that's what kept her alive. During an hours-long standoff, she was stabbed 11 times. The man responsible, 31-year-old Antonio Hart. But Erica says the man who stabbed her wasn't the man she knew.
So let's talk about mental health. You said there's two people you knew, Antonio Hart and Rambo. What's the difference?
Antonio Hart is a very loving person. He is the most loyal person you could ever meet.
Who was Rambo?
Rambo was evil.
Get the hostage negotiator here right now.
Rambo was angry.
Yeah, Rambo. I'm going out with a bang.
I think for black men, they're very stubborn with their mental health.
Erica says one thing weighing heavy on Antonio's mind, confessing to several murders, including a 2010 murder that Sterling Matthews is currently serving 115 years for.
Bad hurt me till my heart. Sterling Matthews doing a life sentence behind the dog.
It wasn't until we were sitting in the house that he was confessing to me about it. And it was him, he had the Hellraiser mask, and it was just at that time there was like a no snitch rule, and Sterling, he held his loyalty and took that charge.
Now, Sterling Matthews is only 13 years into his 115-year sentence, but his attorney is hoping that Antonio Hart's video confession will lead to a new trial. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. An admission that he lied to the public. The questions being raised about City Council President Nick Mosby's fitness to be able to hold office after he testified to his failure to tell the truth.
And we are looking forward to some milder temperatures later this week, but will it be nice enough for you to shed your jacket? We're going to ask meteorologist Justin Chambers after the break. 8:38 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
841 happening now. Love is in the air. Next Level Chef and Farmer Wants a Wife are back for new seasons. You can watch them right here on Fox 45, and we're getting you ready for Valentine's Day to celebrate.
So the best part is you don't have to be a chef or a farmer to win this.
No, you don't.
Could be.
Just tell us your recipe for love, though. It's the Fox 45 Love at First Bite contest. If you want to woo a love interest, maybe spread love around Baltimore. The Fox 45 Morning News viewer with a winning idea receives $2,500 to spend as they wish.
Just head to foxbaltimore.com/contest to enter. Watch Next Level Chef followed by Farmer Wants a Wife Thursday nights on Fox 45.
Well, here's a quick check of the forecast we need to get right now. And of course, meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Well, talked about it earlier. Best way to a man's heart. Right there. Can tell by Tommy and me, we are loved for sure. All right, taking a look at our downtown Baltimore camera. Lots of cloud cover out there right now. And we're going to stay mostly cloudy through the day today, but not nearly as windy, friends. So should be nice if you want to get out for a run or a jog. Next couple of hours still in the mid to upper 30s, so on the chillier side. And we'll only top out at about 45, which is pretty close to where we typically are this time of year. Drop into the 30s tonight, right back to the mid 40s tomorrow. We do have some warmer numbers on the way as we head toward February. We'll take another look at that in my full Weather Authority forecast over on that big green wall.
Sounds good, Justin. Thank you. A cryptocurrency scheme worth billions. What we know about a Maryland woman who was involved and her role. It's 8:42 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
$845, a Maryland woman with the nickname Bitcoin Beauty is federally indicted in a nearly $2 billion cryptocurrency scheme.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with the fallout and what we are learning about that suspect. Shannon.
Well, that suspect, Megan and Tom, her name is Brenda Chunga, but like you guys said, she is better known as Bitcoin Beauty, and she is now pleading guilty to her role in this scheme, and she faces up to 5 years in prison. Take a look here. Our cameras were rolling as she walked out of the federal courthouse yesterday, and her attorney not answering our questions.
What's your reaction to the circumstance, the charge?
I can't make any comment.
So Changa is a Severna Park woman and one of 3 named in this indictment. She is pleading guilty for her role as top promoter in a fraudulent hyperfund crypto pyramid scheme that built nearly $2 billion from investors worldwide. Now, according to the federal indictment, Changa promoted hyperfund membership packages from June of 2020 through early 2022, which she claimed guaranteed investors high returns, including from alleged hyperfunds crypto asset mining operations associated with a Fortune 500 company. Prosecutors say Changa admitted that she personally received at least $3 million from her participation in this scheme. And now we're hearing from cryptocurrency expert Christopher Alexander. He has no connection to this case, but he's detailing why potential involvement with cryptocurrency can be attractive, but also potentially dangerous.
First of all, you should never put your money in something that you don't know what it does. There are huge returns that are possible. And when you have opportunities to make that kind of money, unfortunately, you attract some very, very disreputable people who will take advantage of people to get at that money.
Now, a sentencing date has not yet been set in this case. Meanwhile, U.S. Attorney Eric Barron is warning you, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Well, we are tracking some key economic data here this morning, expected to drop just over an hour from right now, 10 a.m. The latest read on the U.S. labor market, that's what we're expecting at 10. Early predictions are that it will stay steady. You can see at 8.8 million. We are also anticipating the new consumer confidence report. But the big event, guys, on today's agenda is the Fed meeting. It's happening today. And the bad news, it's not expected to bring any rate cuts today. However, there are some economists that believe that this could happen in March when they meet again. Don't get too excited, though. Bankrate's chief financial analyst, Greg McBride, says, quote, even when they do, those cuts will likely be modest compared to the increases seen over the past couple of years, but at least some improvement possibly. At the same time, major companies continue to make cuts. Amazon announcing they're cutting ties with Roomba maker iRobot, essentially killing an acquisition agreement that both companies say were on mutual terms. As part of their restructuring plan, iRobot says it's laying off nearly 350 employees. That's about 31% of the vacuum company's workforce. We're going to wait and see those updates here from our live center. Again, 10 a.m. is when those reports are expected to drop. Now, here's a quick check of our forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with what we can expect.
Yeah, good morning, Meg, and good morning, everyone. Hope you're enjoying your Tuesday morning so far as we continue to look out over cloudy skies here from our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Overall, there's not much happening along the East Coast. Even with the clouds that are in place, we're not tracking a lot of showers. We're seeing this next weather maker that is going to be coming out of the Great Lakes region. It'll make a run at us late tonight into tomorrow morning, maybe bringing us a sprinkle or two, but really not expecting much from that system. Our next 12 hours, temperatures climbing into the mid-40s as we take you to the middle part of the afternoon. And those numbers will be just slightly above average for January's standards. We got to 47 yesterday, but didn't feel like that with all that wind. A lot less wind today with low to mid 40s across central Maryland. Westminster, Bel Air over at Elkton, 42 Chestertown, 41 Stevensville, 42 in Annapolis, and mid 40s in Baltimore City. Keeping those 40s going for Baltimore down through D.C., 42 Ocean City, almost 50 in Richmond, one of the warmer spots in the region for today. Now, notice on our next 5 days in the temperature trend, we're still in the 40s tomorrow, but nice little bump into the low and mid 50s for Thursday and Friday. This takes us right into the first weekend of February, which will stay in the above average category. Some earlier model runs were saying it's going to be a bit colder, but it's looking to not be as cold and pretty quiet weather too. We got this guy coming in. This is going to be moving in late tonight through early tomorrow morning. It'll bring a few showers and some snow showers to parts of the Alleghenies into western Maryland. Not looking for much of anything here. That's because we're just going to stay too dry at the surface. And we'll keep the clouds around through most of tomorrow afternoon. This is Thursday. We'll stop the clock at 2 p.m. and notice how much drier we are with more sunshine. And then a dry cold front comes through Thursday night into Friday. Some of the models want to bring a shower or two, but don't think that's really going to be happening as we'll stay mainly dry behind that with Plenty of sunshine as we head toward the weekend. I got all choked up because I'm looking forward to the sun. 3 days left until Groundhog Day. I'm not looking forward to that day. Our holiday countdown in just 15 days from Valentine's Day and 20 days, so inside of 3 weeks from President's Day. That is right around the corner. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for you. We have milder conditions for Thursday and Friday, even into Saturday and Sunday. As I mentioned, we'll keep those temperatures in the lower 50s, so still in the above average category and really staying dry for most of the rest of the week into the weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we are still following that backup in Landover Hills. It's on Maryland 450. Now getting word a police investigation is shutting down the eastbound side. Cars just trickling through otherwise.
Putting new guardrails in place for AI, or artificial intelligence. The test new systems will have to pass before being released to the public.
And it's the middle of winter's restaurant week. Still to come, more dinner deals that you can find if you decide to head out on the town. One deal that you can always count on, great cup of coffee.
That's right. It's time for a coffee break. Just lay down. Yeah. Topping your morning business report, the Biden administration is implementing new requirements for artificial intelligence developers. After reviewing Biden's executive order, the White House AI Council says safety test reports are now mandated to ensure new systems are safe before being released to the public. Biden's order also calling on the National Institute of Standards and Technology to create a set of standards for the companies to meet when assessing safety. Neuralink, owned by Elon Musk, puts a device in a human brain for the very first time. The company's goal is to make a brain implant that can help patients with paralysis, using only brain signals to use a computer or a smartphone. Musk says the implant happened Sunday and the patient is recovering well. He adds that initial results show promising neuron spike detection.
A new study shows stricter may not be better when it comes to how you monitor your kids on social media. Researchers found rules and time limits known as restrictive monitoring is associated with problematic internet use. Meantime, promoting critical thinking and discussing some choices known as active monitoring and avoiding restrictions to build child decision-making trust known as difference monitoring were not. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
I don't like to clean. There, I said it. Do you feel like you're cleaning constantly and somehow there's still dust everywhere? I live in the desert and everything is dusty all the time. It's just part of life. Well, that dust could be hiding and raining down from one of those hard to reach areas like your ceiling fan. You know it's dusty up there, but it's always such a hassle to clean. Problem solved. This is the Blade Maid. It's specially designed to remove dust from those tricky areas like your ceiling fan. The cleaning head is uniquely crafted to capture dirt and dust from all sides of your blades all at once. It makes it kind of fun. Trapping debris in its microfiber, machine washable pads so it's not getting all over the rest of your house, making you have to clean again. And watch this. The telescoping handle makes ladders virtually unnecessary. Plus, if you don't have a ceiling fan, you can still use the Blade Maid because the head transforms to a pad that you can clean vents and baseboards and other hard-to-reach nooks and crannies. Last week, I was up on a ladder in my living room, hoping not to break my neck, trying to knock down spider webs and dust. It was a pain. I wish I had one of these at the time. Right now, we're offering 30% off the Blade Maid. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
In just about half an hour, a rally for gun safety is expected to begin in Annapolis. Volunteers from the Maryland chapters of Moms Demand Action and Students Demand Action, along with many others, will be gathered there. We have a crew heading to the rally right now. When it begins at 9:30, we'll take you there live. Well, welcome back on this Tuesday morning, January 30th, a cold start to the morning. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. And let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers and see just how cold we're looking at.
Yeah, and the good thing today is a lot less wind, so it's not going to feel as blustery or as cutting through you as it did yesterday with those temps in the 40s. But we have the clouds that are still around with us as you look out over the stadiums right now. Before you know it, O's will be back in Oriole Park at Camden Yards. So excited for that. Just a couple of months away from right now. 35 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley right now. Owings Mills also in the mid-30s. 38 your temp in Baltimore City, and we're at 37 in Brooklyn Park. So next few hours, numbers steadily climb into the low and mid-40s. We'll keep the clouds around through the day today and should top out right about 45. Drop into the 30s again tonight and mid-40s again tomorrow. But we've got some milder temperatures as we get closer to February. We'll talk more about that coming up in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoler traffic network here in Baltimore City, police activity was just blocking the off-ramp on 95 southbound. Things, though, have cleared. That happened just moments ago. So as a result, we're still seeing those backups. The good news is starting to move. So hopefully that clears out of there soon.
New this morning, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is running for Congress. Here's a look at his campaign website now. U.S. Representative Dutch Ruppersberger announced on Friday that he would not seek a 12th term in November. Olszewski is now running for that seat in the May 14th primary. He has served as the Baltimore County Executive since 2018.
In the federal trial of former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. City Council President Nick Mosby testified that he lied to reporters about a tax lien on his home to keep the truth from his wife.
Prosecutors argued that Marilyn Mosby lied about the tax lien on mortgage applications for 2 homes in Florida. The City Council President's testimony now raising questions about how fit he is to hold that office.
Makes his credibility even worse if it's possible to think it was good in the first place.
Well, that's not the only concerning piece of information to come out of the proceedings. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with a closer look at what happened in court and what's ahead. Shannon.
Well, that trial, Megan, is set to pick back up this morning in just about 30 minutes or so. And we do expect to hear either today or in the coming days more on City Council President Nick Mosby's tax filings. Already, the prosecution is alleging that he repeatedly committed perjury on tax forms. Meanwhile, back to that other revelation out of this trial, Mosby is now admitting that he lied to reporters during this 2020 press conference when asked about the tax lien. He says the statement you're about to hear was a lie in order to keep his wife in the dark.
I said that it would be done in the coming days, and I've been able to settle.
You're admitting to having a credibility issue, and you can't have it both ways. And once you admit to having a serious credibility issue in court, it's very difficult to then say, well, I lied then, but I had a good reason for it.
So Jeremy Eldridge there is an attorney who's not affiliated with this case, but he says Nick Mosby's testimony will make it hard for a jury to believe what he's saying here. From the beginning, remember, Marilyn Mosby's defense has been that she didn't know about the couple's $45,000 tax lien on her home in Baltimore. And under oath, Nick Mosby has been taking responsibility, telling the jury that he hid the tax troubles from his wife. Photos shown to the jury here indicate the disorganized mail in the Mosby's home. And we are talking about garbage bags filled with unopened mail, just giving us a glimpse, Megan, into what it may have looked like in the home.
Well, Shannon, you mentioned prosecutors are alleging Nick Mosby repeatedly committed perjury on tax forms. What are we learning about this?
Well, we're learning, Megan, that Nick Mosby's financial woes date back a decade. In fact, from the years of 2014 to 2018, wages were garnished to pay off student loan debt. His car got repossessed twice, and he fell behind on mortgage payments. Prosecutors also claim in the same years, Nick Mosby wrote off charitable donations. So, again, we do expect to learn more about this today or in the coming days as this trial is about to get underway for its third week. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Given his testimony, should Nick Mosby continue to be the Baltimore City Council president? So far, 78% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
You could barely walk. You'd lost a lot of blood. When you finally made it out, how did you feel at that exact moment?
I just kept thinking he's going to come out behind me.
Continuing coverage this morning, Baltimore County woman Amelia Earhart sharing her story of survival after an admitted killer held her hostage and stabbed her 11 times during a 24-hour standoff.
Erica says the man responsible, 31-year-old Antonio Earhart, is not the man she once knew and had been dealing with mental issues.
So let's talk about mental health. You said there's two people you knew, Antonio Earhart and Rambo. What's the difference?
Antonio Earhart is a very loving person. He is the most loyal person you could ever meet.
Who was Rambo?
Rambo was evil.
Well, Erica says one thing weighing heavy on Antonio's mind is confessing to several murders, including a 2010 murder that Sterling Matthews is serving 115 years for.
Bad hurt me to my heart. Sterling Matthews doing a life sentence behind the dog.
It wasn't until we were sitting in the house that he was confessing to me about it. And it was him. He had the Hellraiser mask. And it was just at that time there was like a no snitch rule, and Sterling, he held his loyalty and took that charge.
Sterling Matthews is only 13 years now into the 115-year sentence, but his attorney is hoping that Antonio Earhart's video confession will lead to a new trial. For complete coverage of this story, you can head to foxbaltimore.com.
This morning, Toyota is urging owners to stay away from certain vehicles that are linked to airbag issues.
Tom Rogers is in our live center right now with a look at its severity and how long this issue has been going on. Tom.
Yeah, you remember this. We've all heard it before. More than 50,000 vehicles being pulled off the roads today due to an issue that could cause the airbag inflator to explode, possibly killing the motorist. Well, Toyota says the recall includes some 2003 and 2004 model year Corollas and Corolla Matrix vehicles, plus 2004 to 2005 RAV4s with Dakota airbag inflators. Now, Now, so far, more than 30 deaths have been attributed to these airbags, and as well as hundreds of injuries, all linked to the Takata airbag inflators. To date, there have been more than 67 million Takata airbags recalled in the U.S. alone by more than 20 automakers, the first back in 2001. And if you like to find out if your vehicle is part of this massive recall, you can enter the VIN right here at the NHTSA website. Put that in right there, those 17 characters, they'll let you know exactly. Because maybe you may not be driving it, but maybe a loved one is, maybe a college student, because these are 10 to 15-year-old cars that are still driving around with this issue. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, it's 9:06 now. Let's get another check of our forecast because it's cold.
It is. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when it warms up.
Yeah, well, later this week, we are going to have some milder temperatures right as we exit January and get into February. That new month starts on Thursday. Right now, over our live cam in Towson, still cloudy, and it's going to be cloudy through most of the day today. Won't see much of the sun. The big change today from yesterday is the fact that we're not going to be as windy. And temperatures that stay near average. I mean, this is where we typically are for late January, starting to get up to our 44-degree mark for our new average high. And overall, in your jogging cast, if you are out for a run or a jog in the next few hours and throughout the day today, just know it'll be a little chilly, but again, not that wind cutting through you like we had yesterday. High temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties, most of us in the low to mid 40s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown, Towson at 43, 42 Perry Hall and White Marsh, lower 40s for you at Catonsville this afternoon. Back with that full forecast, we'll talk about those milder numbers coming up.
9:07 now. President Biden is headed to Florida today on a campaign fundraising trip, as many in Washington are awaiting word of what sort of response the United States may give to a drone strike that killed 3 American service members and wounded more than 40.
Christine Frizzau is joining us live from Capitol Hill with the latest on this. Christine, good morning. Any idea on what the president might say in response?
Not quite yet, Megan and Patrice, but there are growing calls by some here in Washington to target Iran. Iran has funded so many of these groups, which call themselves the Axis of Resistance. But there is no evidence Iran was behind the drone attack on the U.S. military outpost in Jordan. Now, the White House has released this photo of President Joe Biden with his national security team in the Situation Room. He has reiterated his commitment to hold all those responsible to account at a, quote, time and manner of our choosing. Now, at the same time, Secretary of State Antony Blinken continues to say they want to prevent broader escalation of the conflict in the Middle East. Lawmakers here on Capitol Hill have been weighing in, some again calling for attacks inside Iran, others warning this is real life. This is not a movie. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Christine, switching gears, Capitol Hill today, the House Homeland Security Committee set to mark up the 2 articles of impeachment that were filed by Republicans. How is Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas responding? Since he is the target, this has been ongoing, and they're planning to move forward with this.
Yeah, just this morning, Mayorkas sent a letter to the chairman of the committee, Mark Green, saying in part, I assure you that your false accusations do not rattle me, adding he's committed to just doing his job. Also suggesting that, policy disagreements are unconstitutional. He says that that's not the case. GOP lawmakers, meanwhile, say they think they have the votes to move forward on these 2 articles of impeachment, which are, quote, willful and systematic refusal to comply with the law and breach of public trust. This fight, of course, gaining steam as Republicans and Democrats in the Senate have been working together on a fix at the border and as record numbers of migrants continue to show up. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Christine Frizzau live from Washington. Thank you.
This morning, a rally is about to begin in Annapolis calling for more gun safety. In our next half hour, a closer look at the priorities at hand for those participating.
A Maryland woman is federally indicted in a nearly $2 billion cryptocurrency scheme. Still to come, how Bitcoin Beauty is pleading and what's next for her. It's 9:10 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:12. We are just about a month into 2024, which means it's a good time to update your cancer screenings. Representative of the American Cancer Society, Dr. Shauna Antiri, is joining us with what we need to know and what kinds of screenings we need to be aware of and advocating for. Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice.
All right, so new year, fresh start.
Yes.
Good time to start thinking about your health and all the things that maybe you had not done in the busyness of the holidays. So when it comes to cancer screenings, what are we thinking about? I think everybody goes to breast cancer.
Sure. Yeah, and breast cancer is an important one. I think, like you're saying, you're kind of setting the agenda for the year. So thinking about, is this a year where you're due for cancer screenings, or is this a year where you're starting cancer screenings, or where are you? A lot of folks got behind with COVID.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm going through my head right now. I'm like, well, what screenings have I had? And so what comes to mind is my mammograms.
Sure, absolutely.
And getting the colonoscopy for whatever. So what you walk me through what we need.
Absolutely. So there are 5 screen detectable cancers. So when we think about screening, we're thinking about cancers where there are no signs or symptoms, right? If you have signs or symptoms, regardless, you need to go see your doctor. But when you're thinking about screening, we think about breast, mammogram. So that's a cancer that primarily affects women. And we screen with mammogram. And we can start screening around the age of 40. You talk to a doctor about that. Second for women would be cervical cancer, where we can use Pap test or HPV testing to screen starting around the age of 21. Next is prostate, which is a blood test using the PSA test for men, and that can start as early as 50 years old. And then colon cancer, which you talked about, which is an important one. I'm faculty at the University of Maryland, but speaking on behalf of the American Cancer Society, they just put out a report, the 2024 Facts and Figures, which informed us that colon cancer is now #1 and #2 cause of death amongst men and women. So for colon cancer screening, using either a colonoscopy or stool-based test, and starting at the age of 45, and then rounding out the 5 is lung cancer screening. So that's for individuals, men or women, who have a history of smoking, and we can start screening at the age of 50. But really knowing when to screen, you need to talk to your doctor.
And so when you go for your regular physicals throughout the year, are these the things that your doctor will tell you it's time for this? Or do you have to know this and say, hey, doc, do I need what's going on?
That's a great question. I think it's a bit of both. I'm a family physician. Ideally, everyone has a primary care doctor who knows them. They're seeing regularly, and when you're going to see your primary care doctor, they'll be asking about these things. You can also ask the question, hey, doc, is it time for me to do this? We talked about kind of the average risk screening ages, but you might have a family history. So you might say to your doctor, hey, listen, I just had a family member who was diagnosed with this cancer. Let's talk about my risk. Do I need to start screening earlier?
So you're making the case also right now for why you need a primary care physician and why you need to go regularly, yearly to get, and if anything seems off,
you should go right away.
Go right away.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Well, it is 9:15 now on this Tuesday morning, and we want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's keeping an eye on those temperatures here this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Megan. And overall, our temps have not been that bad. It is January. We're in the upper 30s with the cloud cover out there. Looking out at Fed Hill right now with the flag not flapping around nearly as bad as it was yesterday in the breeze. And you can still see the Ravens logo right there. We know as we get later into the season, and hopefully the offseason for the O's, we'll put a big old O, because we love our teams here in Baltimore. Championship teams, by the way. 38 is your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Easterly wind about 8 to 10 miles an hour. But again, the wind today will not be nearly as strong as it was yesterday. Most of the East Coast, even though it's cloudy, we're staying mainly dry. We are seeing this weather maker in parts of the Great Lakes region. And this is going to be a little clipper system, as it's called, coming out of Alberta. And they call those the Alberta Clippers. That's going to be heading just to the south and to the west of us. So not necessarily impacting us. We may get a sprinkle or two tomorrow morning, but overall, we are going to be staying dry. So golfers getting out there, hitting the links on your forecast. Upper 30s here today, and back to this morning, and then back to the low and mid 40s for the afternoon. Not the best day to be out there, but I know some folks love to do it even in the wintertime when we can get out and enjoy the day, especially with no wind to speak of. Upper 30s and low to mid 40s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temps today. Howard and Arundel counties, you're going to top out in the low to mid 40s. Ellicott City and Columbia over to Glen Burnie and Pasadena, down through Annapolis and Parole at about 42 today. And up and down the 95 corridor, the district will be in the mid 40s today. A little colder to the north up in New York and Philly, but warmer to the south with 48 the high today in Richmond. Here's a look at our temperature tracker. Numbers stay in the 40s through Wednesday. We get back into the 50s for both Thursday and Friday, and even into the weekend, it'll be a little bit cooler, but lower 50s to start the month of February. That's going to be above average, and we don't really see any major cold snaps coming. Pilots, a good day to get out there and fly. Mainly VFR today, visual flight rules. Those ceilings about 4,000 feet, so staying above that kind of MVFR threshold, and wind is not going to be a factor either. All right, here's our future scan. We are going to see those clouds with us today as we get to tomorrow. This is the showers that we'll talk about early tomorrow morning, mainly western Maryland. A stray sprinkle or two leaking over, possible tomorrow morning, but by tomorrow afternoon, we're drier. And then finally Thursday, look at this. You can see those clouds rolling out of here, so we'll see some more of the sunshine by Thursday, and that's going to help to get our temperatures back into the mid-50s. Groundhog Day coming in on Friday. Stuart with the side eye right there. That should be a song by Offspring. Stuart with the side eye. I'm gonna send that to them. All right, lower 50s into Saturday and Sunday, a little bit cooler as we head into the weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. Can you handle the heat? What's the hottest new trend? CSAs.
Mark Clark live at Plantation Park Heights Urban Farm, trying to spice up your meals, and you had a little bit of hot earlier. You've gotten over it, I see.
That's right. We got the big wigs out here. Kevin, the Department of Agriculture, is with us, ready to take down the hottest pepper in Maryland.
Now wait a minute.
Right, Kevin?
Wait a minute.
They call it the Grim Reaper.
Oh, come on now.
He is ready to Kevin, I love the fact that you're brave enough to do this on TV without water. This is amazing.
Without water? No, I told you there's no water.
So what do we have over here?
So today we have some fish peppers, we have Scotch bonnet, and we have a Trinidadian pimento pepper. I advise you to try the fish pepper.
I'm going to start there.
Yeah, not the.
I'm going to start there.
Now, which one is grown here in Maryland? This one?
The ones that we grow here are all of them.
Oh, all of them.
But the one that's native to Maryland would be Mr. Horace Pippin. Put some respect on his name.
All
Fish
right.
Pepper King.
There we
Good
go,
stuff.
the fish pepper king. So which way we're going to go?
Well, I'm going to start with the fish pepper.
And then go to the...
Right?
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Right, all right. I mean, let's do it.
Rogue, is the camera on? Okay. Easy work.
No,
Man, easy work, man.
Somebody get the milk.
Okay, let's end with the fire. We need a rating spike. Let's end with the fire. Oh,
a rating spike?
We need a rating spike. Yeah.
Going up to the Trinidad
Okay.
pimento.
We call it the whiny. Yes.
The whiny.
Come on, whiny.
I'm starting to feel it.
Okay. I like this, Kevin. I like the drama here. How we doing? Somebody get the milk ready.
I like that flavor.
Okay, and we'll wrap up with the fire. Come on, Kevin. Come on.
And
Honor the farmers. Honor the farmers. This is it. And get the milk.
Oh Lord.
Okay, so I know this is trouble.
Yeah.
You got it. Go ahead. You got it.
I'm doing
We're
this
running
for
out of
the
time. You
farmers.
got it.
I'm doing this for Maryland agriculture. I'm doing this for CSAs. Let's eat local.
Yeah. All right, guys. He did it.
Oh,
A man's man.
Well done and well said.
That is awesome. And he's still going. Wow, my head is off to him.
Oh, man. Wow.
Now keep interviewing him.
Look, now he's taking.
Good thing it's a little cool outside today.
That is awesome.
Now he needs milk.
All right, good job.
What a neat program, too.
All right, well, if you want more information, they have a lot of fun out there. They do a lot of great things. It's on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, Restaurant Week is here, and we're going to try out the flavors here at Fox 45. Still to come this morning, the menus you do not want to skip out on.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
9:24. We asked 100 people what they're doing tomorrow night at 6:30, and survey says
watching Family Feud.
Yes, and this family right here is joining us now. Members of the Herbert family: Janelle, Carolyn, Carol, Herbert, and Allison, and they are here. First of all, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, and so tomorrow night you have no idea what you know, but you don't know so you can't share too much about what's going on. Tomorrow night it's going to air at 6:30.
Yes.
Correct. And you're from Annapolis?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Janelle, let me talk to you a little bit about this. When you were thinking about the family members, how long back were you going, we need to be on Family Feud? And then was there anybody, and you get an answer too, that you're like, oh no, we can't have them on. You had to make some awkward calls?
Yes. So I planned in 2021, I applied for it. The goal was to honor my grandmother, my grandfather, my mom's mom and dad. So our theme was love God, love to win.
Love it.
So we applied in 2021. They called us in 2022 for a video audition. And I had to figure out who's going to be the 5. And I'm like, definitely not them, maybe them. You're interested? Let me get back to you. We got to the 5.
And this is it. And this is the Fab 5 right now, right?
Yes.
So a lot of prayers then before, and did God answer?
Hallelujah.
Okay, all right, we'll just say that. All right, so then how was the discussion, though, on if you get into the Fast Money round, who gets to go and who, do you have issues with that?
No issues. We actually practiced for 6 months before we got on the show, and we played Fast Money at home to figure out who was the best at what position. So we kind of knew if we get to Fast Money, so-and-so will go first, so-and-so will go second.
And so you already picked that out. So who was the one in the practicing that won that? Who went to Fast Money while you were practicing? Who's the best one?
We practiced.
When you were practicing.
Allison and I thought we were the best two
Okay,
for it.
all right, nice.
Yes.
And then it comes down to first and second.
Yes.
Because,
Absolutely. Second is always harder than first.
Okay. All right, well, that's good. Now, the other major thing here, outfit coordination. I mean, that's a big deal, right? So who came up with the outfits?
Well, Allison did these wonderful shirts for her company, so we were able to walk through the airport and show that we're going on Family Feud.
Yes.
And then there was a group decision on what we wanted to wear for the show.
We wanted colors that would, really just blossom.
Right. Okay. So bright, popping colors.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll see that tomorrow night. And then last thing, only male here. Did Steve Harvey? What was he like? And did he come zero in on you and kind of give you a hard time, or what was that like?
Yes, he's pretty cool, but he did zero in for a minute. Then he went back to the women. But I had my moments with him, yes.
I heard there were people in the audience that were chanting your name.
That's right. Oh, yeah, towards the end there, yes.
Okay, so we'll see that tomorrow.
Actually, he changed my name.
So Steve was Steve.
Yeah, at the end, I was Uncle Herb instead of Herb.
Love it. All right, so now, tomorrow night, watch parties at all? You're telling everybody in the world that you're on and you get to watch. We can't ask if you won or not, or how much. I checked to see if you rolled up in a limo or in a car. I was told no, but still, all right. So then, what do you have to say for a family that's out there that wants to join, that wants to do this? Because you just said this is almost a 2+ year turnaround here.
Yes. Do it, have fun, embrace your family. It's the best experience ever.
Absolutely.
Was there any answer? Did anybody say anything that you're like, oh my goodness, I'm going to be embarrassed about if that shows up?
Absolutely. Absolutely so.
Yeah. Don't you dare.
And was there the discussions when the other family's going and you guys are like, doing this whole thing? Was there a conversation where somebody says something and you just start busting out laughing?
Yeah,
We had those moments. Time, yes.
Because these are not factual answers. They're just
it's just something that comes off the top of your head. Yeah.
All right. All right. So tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
6:30, Family Feud.
We have our names on our back.
And can I see the names that are on your backs real quick?
Absolutely.
I know that. You can just turn around real quick. I know. Check it out. Now, this is a family right here. Look at that. Yeah. Love it. All right. You got the bling, but you didn't get the sparkles on yours.
Right. Now I had to stay neutral on that.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having us.
We're excited to see them. Megan, I know tomorrow night we know what we're doing tomorrow night. Maybe even more nights. We don't know.
We'll see. Definitely watching. Good luck. Go get them.
Thank you.
Today, we're going to be mostly cloudy, less windy. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking where those temps remain for the week ahead.
A Maryland woman is federally indicted in a nearly $2 billion cryptocurrency scheme. Coming up, what she's now admitting to and the warning from state leaders. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Any minute now, a rally for gun safety is expected to begin in Annapolis. This is a live look where that rally will be happening when it begins. We're going to take you there live to listen in.
Well, welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 9:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with our forecast.
Empanada lady is in the house.
I can smell it.
Empanadas, baby. Yeah. All right. Family Feud, empanadas. Think we're doing some
Been a good
undies
time.
later this hour. Yeah, the undie run. So a lot of things are happening. Yeah. We can smell it. Thank you for taking the grid cam, guys. All right. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on. And, enjoying the day today with the clouds. Kind of looks dreary, but it's not going to be raining. Just going to be a little on the chilly side and not nearly as windy as yesterday either. So 25 in Oakland right now, 37 Cumberland and Westminster, 35 Bel Air, 38 your temp in Baltimore. Mostly cloudy skies, not as windy, and temperatures near average for late January. We do have a little bit of a mild couple of days ahead and a mini warm-up right as we start February, which is right there on the right side of your screen Thursday. So after 2 more days in the 40s, we'll start Feb with temps in the 50s. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk more about that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing this morning, a Maryland woman with the nickname Bitcoin Beauty is federally indicted in a nearly $2 billion cryptocurrency scheme.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with the fallout and what we're learning about that suspect. Shannon.
Well, that suspect, Patrice and Megan, her name is Brenda Chunga, but like you guys said, she's better known as Bitcoin Beauty, and she is now pleading guilty for her role in this scheme. She faces up to 5 years in prison. Take a look here. Our cameras were rolling as she walked out of federal court yesterday, but her attorney didn't answer our questions.
What's your reaction to the circumstance, the charge?
I can't make any comment.
Now, Chunga is a Severna Park woman, and she's one of 3 named in this indictment. She's pleading guilty for her role as top promoter in a fraudulent hyperfund crypto pyramid scheme that bilked nearly $2 billion from investors worldwide. According to the federal indictment, Chunga promoted hyperfund membership packages from June of 2020 through early 2022, which she claimed guaranteed investors high returns, including from alleged hyperfunds crypto asset mining operations associated with a Fortune 500 company. Prosecutors say Chunga admitted that she personally received at least $3 million from her participation in the scheme. And now we're hearing from cryptocurrency expert Christopher Alexander, who doesn't have a connection to this case, but he's detailing why potential involvement with cryptocurrency can be both attractive and yet potentially dangerous.
First of all, you should never put your money in something that you don't know what it does. There are huge returns that are possible. And when you have opportunities to make that kind of money, unfortunately, you attract some very, very disreputable people who will take advantage of people to get at that money.
Now, a sentencing date has not yet been set in this case. Meanwhile, U.S. Attorney Eric Barron is reminding you, if it sounds too good to be true, likely it is. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, well, the gun safety rally in Annapolis that we mentioned just a few minutes ago is now underway.
We want to take you there live. Go ahead and listen in as volunteers from the Maryland chapters of Moms Demand Action and Students Demand Action speak.
The ripple effects throughout our communities and the state are the same. There's more we can do to help stem the growing epidemic of gun violence. We are joined today by our parent organization, Everytown for Gun Safety, which also encompasses the Everytown Survivor Network and Students Demand Action. Together with Moms Demand Action, we make up the largest grassroots gun violence prevention organization in the country with chapters in every state and 10 million supporters. Our volunteers are joined today by some of the gun sense lawmakers in Maryland who are at the front lines of joining us in the fight against gun violence, including Governor Wes Moore, Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller, Maryland Comptroller Brooke Learman, Senator Will Smith, Senator Jeff Waldstreicher, and Delegate Scott Phillips. We are grateful for the work that each of them has done to protect our communities from gun violence. This year, one of our priorities will be lobbying to hold the gun industry accountable for the role they play in perpetuating this crisis. While the industry is protected from being held liable for crimes committed with their products by a federal law, in Maryland, we look to create a path to accountability and increase access to justice for victims and survivors. We are also supporting Governor Moore's bill to create a Center for Firearm Violence Prevention within the Department of Health. Gun violence is an epidemic and a public health crisis in this country, and it is preventable. We will continue fighting and doing everything we can until we all are safe. We do not have to live like this. I am now honored to introduce an incredible gun sense champion and ally in the fight against gun violence. Please welcome Governor Wes Moore.
All right, we'll, of course, fill you in on what the governor has to say. But coming up, we're waiting to hear what the White House has to say after that drone attack in Jordan.
And today we're going to be less windy, temperatures in the 40s again. Coming up in our weather authority, the team is tracking when colder temperatures are going to move through. 9:37 is the time. Happening now, volunteers from the Maryland chapters of Moms Demand Action and Students Demand Action have gathered in Annapolis for a gun safety rally. The governor is there. Let's listen in.
This is where we are.
Yep. We're going to keep going. We're going to be checking back in on this, but we're going to have more on the latest demands for action, both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
All eyes are on Washington this morning as President Biden's response to Sunday's deadly attack on a U.S. base in Jordan could push the U.S. into a larger world conflict.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center with what we know. Tom.
Yeah, let's take a moment to look at this picture right here. These are the fallen heroes: Sergeant William Rivers, Specialist Kennedy Sanders, and Specialist Breonna Moffett, all from Georgia, working out of the 718th Engineering Company for Fort Moore, right near Columbus. And 34 others were injured. The base was known as Tower 22, and it sits right near the demilitarization zone on the border between Jordan and Syria. Well, taking you live now to Capitol Hill. Yesterday, Washington's leaders reiterating a vow for retaliation, promising a response more powerful than previous strikes that happened in Iran and Syria, but also doubling down on efforts to hinder a broader conflict, meaning going to a war. At the same time, a framework for hostage release, a possible ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is being worked out right now in Paris. That conflict, along with the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, all adding up to create a highly charged international environment, with some U.S. leaders now proposing strikes on Iran. Of course, that's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice.
Tom, thank you. Here at Fox 45, we are celebrating Baltimore Restaurant Week. After the break, the flavors you don't want to miss, featuring the Empanada Lady. It is 9:42 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Grab a fork and dig in. Baltimore's Restaurant Week is here, and it is time to try out all of the flavors of our city. Joining us this morning, founder and owner of the Empanada Lady.
Hi.
Elisa Milan is here, along with the CEO for the Downtown Partnership. We have Shalonda Stokes joining us. Ladies, both of you, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, Shalonda, we want to start with you, despite the amazing smell. It's hard not to talk about food, but you're talking about all of the different food that we can experience right now.
Oh my God, yes. So, and I'll say it quick so that we can get to the empanadas. But Downtown Partnership is so excited to partner with Visit Baltimore again on Restaurant Week. Hopefully, people have been seeing the promotions about it, but we have more than 80 restaurants participating this year. all over the city. I mean, this is really, really, really exciting. And what we want people to know, to experience it, like this you're going to see. But restaurants all over, I mean, we have Hoodfellas, we have Uzu Bay, we have Duck Duck Goose and Black Swan. Like, people are really joining in.
Places.
But the website will allow them to pick the type and really look at where they want to go neighborhood as
Oh, that's good to know. We just had that website up, and when you say pick the type, so if like you want Mexican food, you're going to be able to
African,
and then
any type of food that you'd like to get.
That's
in the
really helpful. And that's nice because there's 80 restaurants
80
participating, so that's tricky. Thank you. That's very helpful, and all of them offering menu deals.
All of them offering menu deals.
Including you.
Including me.
Yes. So tell us, Empanada Lady.
We have so many things for Restaurant Week. We participated in the brunch offers, the lunch, and the dinner. So we have a lunch special for $20, a dinner special for $35, and a brunch for $25.
And it's not just the empanadas. You got some fabulous sides. You're going to make up some corn over here.
Yes, we have what we call on the menu an Afro street corn. And traditional elote is made with mayonnaise. What the Empanada Lady does, we use sour cream. And then it has a nice cheese drizzle. Oh my goodness. And I also brought Thai chili string beans today, and various flavors of empanadas.
All right, so you know I've got to open one of these up here. And you said normally they're warm, and when you open it, that cheese
gooey
just comes
and
out.
cheesy when they're fresh out the grease. It's nothing like a nata fresh out the grease.
What's inside this one?
This is a veggie empanada. So it's spinach, peppers, onions, minced garlic, red onions, and a cheese mix. It's amazing.
This is your plate.
Oh, this is my plate.
You get this one.
Oh my goodness. All right, I get to break that as well.
Fabulous. And I think when people come in, you're experiencing something new. A lot of times people haven't had an empanada.
They have not, and they have not had an Afro-Latina empanada, my grandmother's recipes. I'm Puerto Rican, so it's really indigenous to our culture. The flavors, you smell the sazon and sofrito as soon as you walk in the door.
I don't know what that is, but I can tell you it smells so good. What is that? Is it a spice?
It's a spice. They're seasonings. One of them is like a pastry, paste, and one of them is a seasoning, and it goes on all of our recipes.
Food is art, and I feel like it's culture. You learn so much about who we are in our city. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for
and for the
having me.
website and sharing, you know, all that we can go and do. This is nice to eat together. What? Oh, she's got a different one.
Yes, that's
this
Come see us, 10 South Street, downtown, the Empanada Lady.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Here's
you.
the Restaurant Week, Patrice.
Oh, I want to get in on that. All right, let me tell you about this first. Happening now, love is in the air. Next Level Chef and Farmer Wants a Wife are back for new seasons on Fox 45, and we're getting you ready for Valentine's Day to celebrate. The best part is you don't have to be a chef. You don't have to be a farmer to win. Just tell us your recipe for love. It's the Fox 45 Love at First Bite contest. Want to woo a love interest? Maybe spread some love around Baltimore? The Fox 45 Morning News viewer with the winning idea receives $2,500 to spend as they wish. Head to foxbaltimore.com/contest to enter and watch Next Level Chef, followed by Farmer Wants a Wife, Thursday nights on Fox 45.
I'm excited about the empanadas. I'm watching Meg eat.
You could hear my crunch.
No, I wasn't sure. Like, are they tossing to me? Because I wasn't sure. She's eating an empanada, and we had the Empanada Lady, and we're going to have a lot more fun stuff. So good stuff today to be hanging outside. It's really not that bad. Yes, it's January. There's clouds around, but overall, that wind is definitely taking a little bit of a break. We had very windy conditions yesterday afternoon, and that just made it feel even colder. Now, it's still in the upper 30s and a little bit of an easterly wind, only about 8 to 10 miles an hour is really not too bad. We do have to keep the clouds with us at least today and possibly even tomorrow as well. We have this upper level low pressure system that is in the Great Lakes region, and this is actually bringing some snow to parts of Detroit and then kind of that rain snow mix south of that down through Indianapolis. So some of that is going to make a run at the western part of our state late tonight, mainly in the Appalachians and the mountain areas of the Alleghenies as well. Overall, though, excuse me, on your day planner, upper 30s next hour, hanging out the avenue at White Marsh, and numbers that will get to the low and mid 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Overall, Taco Tuesday or Empanada Tuesday, we'll see those numbers into that 4 and 5 o'clock hour right there in those 40s. And the sun will still be up, even though we won't see much of the sun today. Average high this time of year, we actually get up to about 44 degrees, so we'll get that number updated. But low to mid 40s here across central Maryland for your highs today. So pretty close to the average. Notice we'll be back to the mid 40s tomorrow. Then Thursday and Friday, we actually get a little bit of a bump bump. We'll be in those low to mid 50s. The warmest day of the week will be on Thursday, and then heading into the brand new month, those temperatures stay into the lower 50s as well. So 7-day forecast looks like this. We'll see the groundhog. Well, that's Stuart, the side-eye groundhog that I don't like very much. But either way, he's going to be hanging out on Friday, and then lower 50s into Saturday and Sunday. So those numbers stay in those lower 50s as we head into the weekend. Okay. They're shifting me around on the couch over here. Okay, I got to get closer. Okay, thank you. Here we go. Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Nice to see you. So grab your boxers or briefs and get running for a good cause. This is the Cupid's Undie Run happening here in Baltimore. Joining us this morning, race directors Alex Vasilla and Kim Robinson. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for being here. Talk about the Undie Run and the Cupid Undie Run. I mean, we're getting on Valentine's Day, right?
Right. So, Kim, do you want to give us a little background about the Children's Tumor Foundation?
Sure. The Children's Tumor Foundation raises money to fund research for a genetic condition called neurofibromatosis.
Okay.
It causes tumors to grow anywhere in the body. My 23-year-old son has it.
Okay.
And he's been through 20 surgeries, 12 of those being brain surgeries.
Yeah.
So we're out there to find that cure.
And were you integral in getting this thing started years ago, or are you just part of it now as the race directors? Or
I'm just part of it. I work at the Children's Tumor Foundation, but Alex has done the one in Baltimore for.
Yeah. This will be my 5th year.
Yeah, this is the 5th year,
yes.
Right? And why is it fun? I mean, it's great to raise money, but you have a little bit of a kind of hook, right, with the fact that it's Cupid and it's undies.
Right. So actually back in 2010 when the Cupid's Undie Run was founded, these guys that were affected in DC were like, what a better way to spread awareness than running in February in our underwear. So they said, let's have a brief run. It will spread awareness, get attention.
I like that.
And the whole premise behind that is that those with NF can't cover up their tumors. So we, bear all or almost all in solidarity.
To do in solidarity. And you brought some kind of outfits possibly. You can have a shot. This is the pair of thieves. So this is the great, well, I just moved it from the camera, but these are some of the swag that people are going to be running in, right?
Right, yep. And there are all sorts of fundraising incentives, and the whole thing is, it's really just a celebration of life, and it's a party more than a run.
Yeah, so not serious runners, you can go out and do it. Give me the details on when it is and when it's happening, how people can get involved.
So it's this Saturday, February 3rd.
This coming Saturday,
yep.
Okay, good.
It's taking place at Riley's in Timonium from 12 to 4. You can register online. We're always looking for sponsors, obviously raising awareness and raising money for research.
It's a great cause and a great fun event, right? Yes. That's happening on Saturday. Should be good weather, too. Do you guys do it outside or inside? Is it?
The run is outside.
The run is outside. Okay, perfect. So we'll have temps in the 50s on Saturday for you. That's what I'll do, too.
Don't let us down.
Exactly. All right, as we take a look here, go to break, we'll be talking more about that 10-day forecast. It's cloudy now, but I will have some of those 50s that'll be hanging around for the undies. So everybody will be good to go. Welcome back. Our 10-day forecast, 45 today and 46 tomorrow. The clouds stay with us the next 2 days. We get some sun and warmer numbers. Thursday looks great. And as I mentioned, the weekend not too bad with lower 50s on Saturday and Sunday. We'll kind of hang in the upper 40s and lower 50s all the way through the middle of next week. Pretty quiet weather here. Good empanada eating weather.
Oh my God.
And it smells and it tastes really good.
Do you notice the plates are almost gone? And this corn, oh my gosh, with the cheese on the top.
For the green beans. That's
Always
good.
good to eat on live TV.
So good.
That's so good.
With the corn.
Oh my God. All right, where do they find you again?
10 South Street, downtown Baltimore. The Empanada Lady. You'll see a big pink awning. You won't miss us.
Amazing.
And
Restaurant week.
Restaurant weeks are gone.
Yes.
Right.
This is it.
BaltimoreRestaurantWeek.com.
Yes.
Just 80 restaurants to choose from.
We'll see you tomorrow.